This entire time I've been muted. I was talking to you, and it's totally fine. I forgot to make coffee. It's hilarious. I was talking to you guys this whole time. I'm like, hi, Redhead. Hi, Robot Wizard. Yeah, Lotus. There's yarn. I got yarn. You guys spammed that too much the other day. I had to turn off the animation. Why we can't have nice things? Right back.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Chicken attack!
Ooh, woo, ooh, woo, ayo.
Coco, señorita. Te tocará la canción, mi gente. Va así.
All about it. I mean, look at this thing. From the kind of it, I don't anything.
All right. I have successfully procured some coffee. Thank you for the raid, Tanari. I'm sorry that I wasn't down here. You are awesome. Let's find out who did the things. Puzzled. Congratulations. What's up, Came Apart? How are you? Oh, I forgot my camera is still, need to adjust that. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I'm not sure what to think. You know, I'm gonna be completely honest. This is nice and squishy. I actually feel like it's a bit softer. This is the plush, which is a super bulky. This is the plush. Yeah, I already took the label off of this one. And this I even already wound into a cake. This is the Posh. The problem I see with it already is I can tell this is not interchangeable. With this. And a lot of these velour yarn brands are interchangeable. And that's kind of a problem. Particularly because if plushie makers want, for plushie makers it is. If plushie makers want to use this in combination with other yarns, and I haven't received any of the other colors, but you can see it. Do you see how much thinner the green yarn is? It says it's the same weight, but this is the problem, is different yarn manufacturers will make the same kind of yarn and they'll put that it's the same yarn weight and it has the same materials and it's the same type of like yarn construction or what have you. But this is Joann. Big Twist is their house brand. This is Big Twist. Hi Puffles. Hi Ian. It's very similar, but it's not the same. So, like, again, just holding them next to each other, you can tell this is Hobbii. And like Hobbii and Premier Parfait Chunky, they're like almost exactly the same. But all these people were going wild on social media about, you know, Joann Posh. This is Joann Posh. So I ordered a few colors. I ordered 4 balls of this green because I thought I might make some stuff for spring. So lots of frogs incoming, I guess. Or what else could I make with this? So the recommended hook size for this, I believe, is 8mm hook. And I mean, you could use that for like other projects, but for Amis, I mean, I almost think here, this is a 4.0 millimeter. Do I have my 4.5 millimeter right here? Usually, with the other stuff, I'm using a, here's a 4.5. So let's test it out. I'm not saying that I don't think that it will work well for these types of projects, but the problem with it is if it's not really interchangeable with all the other velour yarns that a lot of us use to make plushies, and they have a very limited color selection right now. Remember we looked at the colors, they don't even have red. They have a very nice, bright, like hot pink that they call strawberry, and it's pretty. Oh wow, thank you so much for the raid. Another one. Struble, how was your stream? Thank you so much. Thanks for raiding. I appreciate that so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Anna loves bunnies. What's going on? We're talking about the new Posh yarn from Joann Fabrics. Oh, Karen. It's true. Strubles doodles. How was your stream? Were you doodling? What did you doodle? Awesome. I am going to have to copy paste your username because I can't, my brain won't brain that. Oh no, it copy pasted the wrong thing. What is going on? No, not Stream Elements. There we go. Actually, I was able to tab and make it happen. Oh, you're just fine, Puffles. Thank you. I appreciate you. Just TK, welcome in. Is it Anna or Anna? How do I say your username? Anna loves bunnies. I would say Anna, but it could be Anna. A book stack for a new sticker design. Right on. Very cool. Everybody give Struble a follow. Welcome in if you've never been here before. I'm 9.5. I'm called that because I'm missing half a finger on my right hand. A very bold restaurant coworker gave me this nickname many years ago. 20 of them to be precise. Thankfully for said coworker. Because missing a finger does not mean that I'm not capable of quite the slap. I wouldn't slap someone, especially not a coworker. Losing your job isn't, it wouldn't be worth it. Or would it? We had a good relationship. I thought it was hilarious. So the nickname stuck. Unlike the top half of my finger. Thank you for the raid. We have a raid video that we haven't played yet for the Tanari readers either. Tanari raided us first, so Tanari, if you would like to pick my pair eyewear toppers once we come back from this video, let me know. But if either of you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I try to make time to hang out with people, but it's really difficult sometimes because you have other things to do or you've been streaming for a while. So if you need to go take care of yourself or you have somewhere to be, we totally understand. Thank you for trusting me with your communities. I appreciate you both very much. And please enjoy this warning-tisement. Yes. Equal parts warning label and advertisement. This is evidence of just how fond we are of our fart noises and rubber chickens. I'm freaking out right now. I'm fangirling. You have no clothes on. No. Get supported, nerd. No flipping way. You didn't do it. Thank you for the dollar bills for the kiddos. Thank you so much, everybody. Ah! We talked about this. I mean, you can cook steak in a dryer, but do you want to? And when the fat renders off of the steak, does it create a fire hazard? I'm sorry, I'm a mother. I can't help but think about these things immediately. So this is a game to you guys, huh?
What? She was so hard!
There's people out here with reputations at stake. There you have it. I see art and jest emotes. Brenda and I are talking about 9-point jest, art in 5, 2, electric doodaloo. Coming to a 9.5 near you. Won't know until you go visit your mom next month. Take it to her computer guy. I really hope you're able to get your stuff off. Back up your stuff. Chat. Friend led you here. Aw. I just love her. I love her so much. I really do. It's a good thing we don't live close together because she would never be able to get rid of me. She and Sean would be like, get off of our lawn. Get out of our house. No, no. In all seriousness, I really appreciate what she does. And I think it's really amazing that she has chosen to come over here to Twitch and to hang around on a platform that's mostly about video games, you know. And I feel that. I mean, I started out as a video game streamer as kind of a joke. I started out streaming Fortnite, so that's why you see me playing Fortnite sometimes. So, Tanari, you said coffee bean toppers. Thank you, friend. I really appreciate you. Known Tanari forever. Fellow member of the Ohana. And just awesome human being, and I'm so glad. Here's our coffee bean toppers. Yes, and I think it's really important that we have, you know, people, all these different types of content on the platform getting attention. And it has, I'm fidgeting with these. We have had an increase in that kind of thing. And I think that current Twitch staff, leadership, whatever you want to call it, you know, like Dan Clancy, they really are making an effort to help people who do not do what is considered the traditional type of content here. Or like, for example, even though it's video game related, you know, you have someone like Pirate Software who is just absolutely crushing it. And I couldn't be happier for him because, you know, they could easily just always focus only on like the big name brands and stuff. And they certainly do have to focus on that stuff to an extent. You know, it is a business. And that's something that it can be hard to acknowledge and recognize and then compartmentalize and set aside and not take personally. If you're a smaller creator, if you don't want to make mainstream, quote unquote, you know, gaming content or what have you. So, you know, you just have to keep plugging away at it and show them that, you know, you're committed. So we're lucky that we have a lot more people who are doing that kind of stuff. So, I got about half of my shipment from Joanne, Joanne.com today. I'm a yarn order and I wasn't going to buy any new yarn. And then Joanne had to go and come out with a new, a velour type yarn, that a lot of people who make plushies have been talking about on social media. And I was like, well, I have to see for myself what it's like. So my initial reaction, which I shared already, but I'll say it again, in case anybody who's coming in here is a fiber artist or, you know, if you don't want to call yourself a fiber artist, that's fine. This is the Posh. The green yarn is the Posh. This white yarn is from Hobie, and it is, I think it's Baby Snuggle. So, Baby Snuggle.
Thanks to @Elandrielm for my sub gift.
Yay! It is soft. It is soft, but this, you know, I'll get more into it in a second. Ella, thank you so much for that 3-month gift sub for Andrew_D41. Andrew, I hope you're enjoying your subs, sub perks, your emotes, the ad free viewing, all that good stuff. Thank you so much for coming in and hitting the button, courtesy of Elandriel. I hope you're having a lovely day. And that's 2 months for you that you've been subscribed. And I don't care if they're gift subs or recurring subs. You get chicken squawks for every month, unless it's an even number of years, and then you get the big red chicken. But that's 2 months for you, Andrew. And I did the pirate chicken for you, Andrew. We were just talking about pirate software. So, welcome back for 2 months, and I hope you're having a wonderful time zone. Golganek, there is a difference even in, I think maybe possibly in the construction of these two yarns. This one feels to me an awful lot like a thinner version of blanket yarn, which is like, it's hard to describe. This is like very, very smooth, right? This has a little bit more texture to it, but it's thinner. And so I don't know that I would say that these are interchangeable. Like if you were to use them in the same project, you might run into issues. Thinner, like THINNER. Did captions use the wrong word? Are they interfartable? Yeah. No, it's all good. Thinner, not sinner. So thinner, this is thinner than this. Weight-wise, just looking at it initially, perhaps. But I mean, there's only one way to find out, and it's to work with it. So, again, I'm not saying that any of these things are bad per se. But what I was looking for was yet another, yeah, this totally has a different texture to it. Wow. It's springier. Does that make sense? Hey, thank you, Sim. I appreciate you. Sim is awesome, you guys. We don't get ambassador check marks in the chat very often. Hey, thank you for popping in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the heck out of you. Sim is awesome. You guys really need to hang out. Such a fun, wholesome. If you're a night person, please. I won't go on and on about you, Sim. I know how it is. Like, it's hard if I come into someone's channel and they just stop everything and talk about me for like 5 whole minutes, like Science does. Speaking of people who are looking for Twitch ambassador, our friend Science_streams put in an application. And I'm just so proud of Ballant and everything that he and Lita and baby Alona have done. So please make sure you hang out and support Ballant, because, you know, you never know if Twitch staff might be hanging out in there. I'm confident he'll get it at some point, but, you know, just many of you already know and love Science, and I don't even have to say this. But yeah, there's a handful of people who stream at night who I feel like are a nice place to hang out that's fun and entertaining, and also somehow like wholesome, and I can relax and just hang out in there. And that would be Simcopter 1 for sure. And I got to play some Fort, and we had a pretty good couple of matches in Fort with Sim, and I would totally do it again. But you know, I think also, again, that Science is another example. Are we having the thing where it wants to do the, ooh, do I have to start with 8?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Ayo. Do I have to start with 8 in a magic circle? Ruh-roh. Science is, it's very high value content to me. And I mean that outside of the fact that we're teammates and we're friends and we support each other as broadcasters. If I had never come across Twitch in my whole life, I would enjoy hanging out in Ballant's channel. So please don't forget to show a little extra love maybe in there. I mean, like I said, you should do it anyway. What's going on, Mickey? How are you? So let's try 8. Because it was puckering a bit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I wonder, you know, if this yarn might very well there's a shout out for Ballant. And let's do this. Since we can't do 2 fancy ones at the same time, but that's just fine. So I did 8 this time. You're trying to make a beanie. This would be nice for clothing, or like a blanket. This could work for a blanket or clothing. I bought it with the intent of using it for plushies. But I'm not, you know. I make clothes too. You guys have seen it. I like to make hats, and I'm just bad at anything that requires a long, like, you know, like sweaters and stuff where you have to sew pieces together. I mean, I sew pieces together for Amis all the time, but I'm just not very good at like the sweaters and junk. I get bored about 3/4 of the way through. You did a Totoro with worsted weight. And it was, oh, Mickey, now listen. Listen, Mickey. It takes time. This stuff takes time. You're not going to be perfect at it, like, instantaneously. It's just not a thing. You know? Practice. Bob Ross said, talent is just a pursued interest. It is something that you love doing enough that you'll keep doing it until you get good. You'll get good. Don't worry. How am I off? I have something's wrong. Oh no. Well, we're looking at what it looks like when we frog it. Yeah, this is springy. I don't know how to describe it. It's springier in texture. You could, I think, maybe use it with some of the other yarns that people use to make plushies. No, this does not feel like Parfait at all. Parfait, Chunky, Puffles, and this are very similar. This is Hobie Baby Snuggle, and Honey Bunny are almost exactly the same. And they're both very similar to Parfait Chunky. This feels like blanket yarn, but it's thinner. So if you don't like Bernat Blanket, you might not like this. Because it's basically just kind of a thinner... blanket yarn more. Like, does that make sense to those of you that crochet and knit that use blanket yarn versus velour? I would not call this velour yarn. To me, velour yarn is this. As someone who's only started crocheting last year, it's comforting to see an expert like me still need to frog stuff. You're getting frustrated at yourself before because you're doing basic stitches but still messing up sometimes. Oh yeah, no. Don't. I've made horrendous mistakes, and I've been crocheting since I was 7, Andrew. Yeah. It does. This has springy sort of, and like kind of a little bit grippy, like blanket yarn. You like blanket yarn for Amias? I think it's fine. The nice thing about this is it's not as chunky. So if you wanted to make something a bit smaller, you know, sometimes like with really small items, you can't, it's like you're only going to be able to make like 6 stitches in a circle and then have to build off that because the yarn is so thick. I don't hate working with this or anything. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not disliking it. See, I just messed up again. But I did have to increase the amount of stitches I put in the center, in the magic ring to 8 in order to keep it. That's one tip for thicker yarns. I don't have to do that with this, but this started, some people call it the nipple effect. Yeah, it, I'm such a child. It was like a cone instead of a flat circle. No, yeah. So yeah, I don't hate it, but I would not consider it interchangeable. And like a 4.5 to me feels like probably the right, hook size. Now this, on the other hand, is the, plush, and it is definitely a thicker weight yarn than, oh yeah, yarn barf, here it comes. Oh, I know, but everybody's tension and stuff is different, right? Oh, come on. And this to me is like furrier. Look at, see, here's Bernat blanket. And here's, they're pretty close. I think you could use this plush interchangeably with Bernat blanket, probably. Oh my God. Yarn barf is just the worst. And why can't these yarn companies just give us the middle of the ball on a little tab and have it stick out? I love your face. We were talking about your ambassador application and how we are excited for you to be ambassador. I tricked Ballant. I pulled a Ballant on Ballant one day. The funny part is that doesn't even happen if you're ambassador. They don't, it will. What is the deal? Yep. Yep, I don't like that. Okay, that's the outside. I got excited for a second. That's the outside of the ball. I tricked you real good. You, like I was saying, provide high value content that I would be excited to find. I know I would. Even if I had never found Twitch before. Like if somebody was like, oh, hey, have you ever been on Twitch? And I was like, no, what's Twitch? And they were like, oh, it's really cool. It's mostly gaming, but I know this person and they do really awesome science content. And I'd be like, oh, that's awesome. And they'd be like, you know what else? They're family friendly. And I'd be like, what? And then they'd be like, you know what else? And I'd be like, what? Tell me more. And they'd be like, it's a lot of fun in there. Like, they're making science fun. And I'd be like, no way. And then they'd be like, you know what else? I'd be like, oh, there can't possibly be more. And they'd be like, oh, there is. I'd be like, what? And they'd be like, they're not snooty. They don't make people feel bad for asking questions. They don't punish people for their curiosity. They treat people with kindness and respect. And they have a genuine excitement for what they're doing. And that's why you're going to end up being ambassador. Yeah. Yeah, but you were making false claims that I didn't like you. I'm like really tempted to go back and see what your first message in my chat was. I don't know if I could go back that far. Because you have over 1,000 messages. Because you are such a good friend. Oh my God. There's so many messages, Fallon. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. It'd be nice if they would let you specify a date that you want to scroll to. The problem is you're probably typing in my chat and it might try to like auto scroll down. Oh, I popped it out though, so maybe it'll... Lots of emotes. Lots and lots of balance messages getting deleted. 9 rules, science trolls. Oh, look at that. You with all the verified emotes. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. All right. We're almost there, I think. I think we're almost there. Oh, there's a false alarm with baby Alona in early December. All right, November, June. Okay, there it is. June 4th, 2022. Your very first message is Cyant, hi. And then you say, how is the Gengar plushie coming? And then you say, I must have asked you, like, oh, what do you stream? And you're like, we're ant scientists, so it's all science content, including ants. Aw, and then like 3 minutes later, you're like, I love this place already. Look at ya. But then you didn't talk again for 5 months. Oh, I love you, Balance. Get out of here. You're not. No, you're not a monster. You're wonderful, and we love you, and I'm glad you're my friend. Hey, do you think Lita will be able to come to TwitchCon this time? Get out of here! No, are you serious? Really? No. That's nonsense. That is absolute nonsense, sir. Okay. Oh, Connor. Hi, Connor. How are you? I hope you're doing well. You really did? You thought I didn't like you? Oh, no. Let me let you in on a secret. I like everybody. Until I don't. Like, I start out with a pretty high, like you get 150%. It takes a while before I would even consider letting you get under 100%. And even then I'll be like, they must have their reasons. And, you know, I think I don't know. Karen got you. Nerf nerd. We love you. I think you're great. I understand those feelings though. Trust me. Here, let's switch scenes. I need to find my old Brio camera and have like a yarn winder cam. Oh, speaking of ants, Cyan. We had that really bad cold snap and all that snow and ice. Right? Thank you. Yes, ads are incoming. 3 minutes of ads. If you don't have a sub, you might get a 3-minute ad break. Thank you for staying through it. It helps support the channel. Do they tend to come out again after like a really bad cold snap and a freeze? Is that pretty typical? Because I live in a house full of very messy people who, like, when they pour themselves a bowl of cereal, just spill it all over the counter and stuff. And I try to keep it clean, but I can't get every little crumb. And I noticed a bunch of them surrounding a piece of cereal on the counter. So are they, like, in, like, panic mode? Like, it got really cold. Maybe a bunch of their... Could be like maybe a bunch of their offspring didn't survive it or something, because it got very cold. I'll admit I don't know a lot about it. It varies. Depends on the season, to be honest. If there's a cold snap when they shouldn't be, they will come out or into your house. They should be prepared for it. See, we don't get 15 degrees Fahrenheit here. And we had that during the week where we had the snow and the ice. It's very rare that temperatures go that far below freezing. Typically we hover around 35 to 50 during the winter. On a nice day, it might get all the way up into the high 40s, low 50s. But usually it's going to hover a lot closer to 40, right around 40 degrees a lot of the time, between 35 and 45 in the winter. So January and February are definitely the months of the year where it's more likely to have that, like, the extremes of cold. So I don't like using insecticides, so I'll have to just figure out where they're coming from. And I especially don't like using insecticides in my kitchen. They may be getting a cold hit and then coming to your house, first for the warmth, then the scouts find the food, right? Remember we talked about that with Ramona, and I got really mad at her for leaving food out and having a big mess in her room, and the ants came, and then I had to, like, backtrack and calm myself down. And I explained, and we talked about the scouts, and we talked about how ants feed their colony, and how if she leaves the food out, they can't help themselves. It's their job to go and find it. So you have to keep the food put away and cleaned up, because they're not doing anything wrong. And she was like, well, why do they do it? And I was like, because that's how they survive. It's just survival instinct. Creatures have to eat. You're leaving food out for them. Yeah, well, I don't know. I find them fascinating too. I think they're interesting. It doesn't mean I want a ton of them inside my house. Oh, no, Connor. I don't always see every single message. So, it's not you, honey. It's me. I appreciate you. You said 9. I've known you for over 2 years. The captions should be pretty good. Yeah, like we don't want them inside of our house doesn't mean we have to like, I don't know. I just think the chemicals aren't good for anyone. Captions look good? Okay. Thank you. I love my microphone, but I do have to move it. Because otherwise I have to sit here and yell for you to hear me. It's not a multi-pattern. 603, this is a yarn winder. This particular yarn winder, I really got to get on that. Do like a Amazon. Oh no. Oh man. I didn't notice that the yarn had wrapped itself around the bottom of the, okay. So I bought some new yarn today and I'm kind of just sharing my thoughts on it. Joanne has a house brand called Big Twist and they make a bunch of different yarns. So if you go, so Loops and Threads is the Michaels house brand. Loops and Threads is the Michaels house brand, right? For yarn and for like thread and stuff like that. That's correct, right? Not just for thread, but it actually also is their like yarn brand. So this is called a You Knit. ML702. I still have chat. I still have the stream open on my phone. I haven't used Loops and Thread. I don't shop at Michael's typically. I usually shop Joanne. So both of those stores have a yarn section, right? Where they're going to have like a ton of different types of yarn. Chick Drummer!
I'd quat to name it. 9 Poda not 9 po feed 9 pop boot.
Chick 0.5! Oh, I did 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you so much, Chick Drummer. You rock. I appreciate you. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good time zone. Yarn happens. Just submit to it.
Q 9 silk strools.
You're getting ready for work. Get out of here, Ballot. I do not. And you do not. Though neither of those statements are true. We've been through this. I don't want to rule. It sounds like work and responsibility. You guys call me a queen and I'm like, nope. Waiting for your job. Sorry. There should be like a pet warning on my stream. Noise warning. So Chick Drummer and I met at St. Jude Summit. Chick Drummer, I don't think I'm going to be able to go again this year. I know I'm not. No. Empress Queen Overlord. Wow. That's a lot. That's just... Maybe if you throw a couple more words in there. High Priestess. So I was waiting at the airport, and we recognized each other because of our sweatshirts, our hoodies. And so Chick Drummer's a fellow St. Jude supporter and a good friend of the channel now. You don't know if you can either. You have a wedding in Vegas to go to, plus a convention right after that you have to work. You won't have time to take off in April. It just is unfortunate because, like, for example, if it coincided with my kids' spring break, it actually would be an awesome time for us to visit Tennessee as a family because we have family there, but not in the same part of Tennessee. So it would be one thing if it was like, oh, the first couple days of it are me doing the convention, but they just go to where our family lives and then I just go to them after the convention, right? Because, like, I mean, they could come to Memphis. That might be kind of fun. But, you know, if it's not like I'm going to be able to do a whole lot with them while we're in Memphis if I'm doing Summit. So they could just go to my sister-in-law's and hang out there, but it doesn't coincide. So it would mean time off school for the kids. I don't know who we would get to work the shop. It just isn't. I think we might have that sorted out before TwitchCon and have an employee if we can find somebody who we feel is trust. It's hard, you know, because, like, we can't pay somebody a ton of money. So it's got to be like, you know, maybe a young person, like a college student, and we'd give them a good discount. Like, we can't, we're too tiny. We can't, you know, we'd love to be able to, like, would that it were so and there was affordable options for insurance, both for, like, people just to buy it for themselves and employers to offer it to their employees. We're just not in a position to do that yet. You know? We live in a pretty rural area and we're doing okay and we're getting by and the place is paying for itself, but not much beyond that. Like, just enough for us to draw a small income from it. Very small. And that's okay. We recognized that would happen. I'm not complaining. I'm so happy that my husband gets to do this. It's his dream, you know? And sometimes you have to invest a bunch of time and money up front and wait for it to build. Just like streaming. It doesn't happen overnight for most of us. So it's way too much. I had no business buying this yarn. Oh no, it's stuck. But I was like, well, I have to check it out. I got to try it. So yeah, I would characterize this. I know, or it doesn't happen at all, the streaming part. This to me is, so again, similar to Bernat Blanket, maybe slightly thicker than Bernat Blanket. So it's like, these are all very similar yarns. This is very thin, this is in the middle, and this is a bit thicker. I don't know. Here, let me go get the labels. So the Posh is 200 grams per ball. It is 100% polyester. 233 yards or 213 meters per ball. And it says that it's a weight 5, a bulky. It says an 8mm hook or a USL. Or 8mm knitting needles. It does say machine wash, cold, do not bleach, do not tumble dry. Dry flat, do not iron, do not dry clean. Suggestion, please purchase a sufficient quantity of one dye lot to ensure uniformity of color in your completed project. It is handy that they do try to, give you a quick guide for how many skeins you'll need in order to finish certain types of project. Like if you want a blanket, you'll need a 50 by 60 inch blanket. You'll need 7 of them. If you want a small sweater, you'll need 5. If you want an adult hat, you'll need 1. If you want a hat and a scarf, you'll need 2. You thought you were getting an ad. So this yarn winder I have will wind really large amounts of yarn all at once. So that's the Posh, which is the green yarn. That was the label for the Posh. For Big Twist Plush, you're only getting 153 yards per 300 grams. I don't know that reference, Golganek. What is that? What is that from? 8 balls of this for a 50 by 60 inch blanket. 6 balls for an adult sweater. 1 for a hat. 2 for a hat and a scarf. This recommends the same needle size or hook size for this yarn as this yarn. They want you to use the same hook for these 2 different yarns. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. An 8mm or USL. This says, but so, I mean, the gauge is entirely different. This says 7 stitches per 10 centimeter or 4 inch square for the plush, which is this. And it says 9 single crochet to a 4 inch square with the same size hook. Oh, I used a 4.5. Now, I mean, but when we're making Amis. Hello, Vampire Itself. Thanks for the first time chat. I used a 4.5. If you're making an Ami. If you make Amis, you're always going to be using smaller hook sizes than what's recommended. Are you a fiber artist, Vampire Itself? Which read did you come from? We had a couple of them. But, I mean, typically I go down at least 1.
Another one.
Thank you for the
Golganek, thank you for doing that.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to K3LSB3LLS. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
K3LSB3LLS. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kels. I appreciate it. Kels is pretty cool. We haven't done a shout out yet for Kels, who is a really awesome fiber artist and a good friend of the stream. No! Damn it. That's a lot of tongue flipping. This is one of my goals for 2024. You thought you got an ad. You thought you got an ad. You thought you got an ad, Chick Drummer, because whether you know this or not, and most of you do, but maybe you don't. I actually went to school for theater and have taken many voice classes. It was a long time ago. I have not practiced outside of stream. I have not done a theatrical production, a film, nothing like that in many years. I would like to return to that either as a voice actor or maybe even to make some pre-recorded content with a camera that isn't necessarily just, you know, me goofing off with you guys here, which I love. I really love it. It's my preference, in fact. But I need to push myself to do some other things that require planning and pre and post production, and get myself in the habit of making regular content, say on YouTube, long form videos, maybe short form too. Just because it's short form doesn't mean, you know, that you can't decide you want to have better production value. So I've been kind of talking with some folks in various spheres about how to do that. Oh, I did a perfect train announcer voice. Like in Britain, you guess, and they always end in mind at the gap between the platform and the subway train, right? So here we have a light rail in Portland. You really like short horror films. They have a light rail in Portland, and it always announces everything in English and Spanish, except it doesn't announce that the doors are closing in Spanish. It says, "Puertas a mi izquierda. Este es la última parada. En la zona gratis." They don't have a free zone anymore on the light rail, but they used to. Esta es la última parada en la zona gratis. You know, the doors are closing. The doors are closing. Imagine that voice actor having to hear that anytime they go on the light rail, right? You know, there's all these announcements they have to make on public transportation in order to make sure that people are aware of what the rules are. You know, maybe there's tourists and they don't understand that you need to have paid for your fare. Proof of fare required, you know, stuff like that. And I would do that kind of work for sure. But I'd also totally love to do, I don't know, video game voices. Aw, thanks, Chick Drummer. You're so scared of people, and I make it look so easy. Felicita, I am a freak of nature, and I have zero hesitation when it comes to this stuff sometimes. But it doesn't mean that I don't get nervous. Right? Like, we've done Front Page for Charity and had, you know, several thousands of viewers in here, and it's still nerve-wracking, even after 5 years. Or audiobooks, Cheeky Monkey, I'd love to do that kind of stuff. We did an impromptu, it wasn't rehearsed. What's up? What's up, Mike? We did do an impromptu reading of Bedtime Stories for Business Chimkins, which was amazing. And I'd love to do audiobooks. I would do voice acting, you know, voice work for video games, any of it. If any of you need someone to do something like that for your channel, you know, right now, I would probably negotiate a much less expensive rate than most people because I would be getting practice. And depending on what it was, you know, if it's something super short, it could even be like maybe for trade. Like, say if you do artwork or something like that. I have an artist for our emotes, but you know, you never know. There might be something else that you could offer. I mean, you know, never be afraid to reach out to people about that kind of stuff. And you know, when you're friends with people, a lot of times they will consider doing something without payment, but don't assume. Not for a channel, just for people. Oh, Bill Cheetah. Well, hey, listen, you know, I know for a lot of folks, they have a lot of social anxiety and it can be overwhelming. I think you just, small steps is definitely important. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a freak of nature. I don't know. I could talk to anyone. Whether or not they want to talk to me, the jury is out. So for this, I would probably start with a 6.0 for this yarn. Like, this yarn to me just looks like 6.0 millimeter yarn for an Ami anyway. For an Ami, not for a blanket. And I would definitely do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would start with 8. Yeah, it's something I've thought about doing even before I started doing Twitch. You love crochet, sewing, art, music making, and you just brought the MV7 the other day, awaiting delivery. Excellent. It's a great microphone. It has an almost identical sound quality to the SM7B. Like, pretty darn close. In fact, I think I remember reading that it has the same sound capsule. But it's so much more flexible because you can use it as USB. It has both USB and XLR. You can connect it via USB or XLR. So if you want to go the fancy route with mixers and XLR cables and all that stuff, you certainly can. But let's say you're going on a trip and you want to be able to create some content on the go. You can hook it up to a laptop. I've done it. And be ready to record pretty much instantly. And they do have some software that makes it easy for beginners. That'll make it sound pretty good, pretty darn good right out of the box. And I do build a cheetah. I do. I had an accident when I was 4. Yeah, definitely 8 in the magic circle for this. If you're going to make plushies, if you're going to make Amis out of it. Right out of the box, it will sound great. You can totally add more filters to it. And, I use some plugins and stuff. So, like, this is just, just for the fun of it, I put this. Sometimes I like to use reverb. Like, hi, Python. Miro's not here yet. I mean, he might be lurking. His name might be in the username list, but Miro's work schedule alternates back and forth between mornings and afternoons every other week. You were in a meeting and doing work stuff. No problem, Maz. I appreciate you. No worries. No worries. Hey, Chick Drummer, thank you so much. Thank you for your resub and for your support and for being awesome. I appreciate you guys. Chick Drummer, please follow. If we could have a fancy shout for Chick Drummer 88, that'd be rad. You have a mixer and an audio interface, but you want the versatility. I very strongly considered waiting and saving up the money for an SM7B. I'm glad I went this route. An SM7B would have involved so much more of a learning curve. I have never used an interface. I've never used an audio mixer outside of theatrical applications. I've used a soundboard, but it's been forever. And even then, it was like, I pressed the button. The sound turns on. Someone else was designing it. I didn't have to, understand sound design from the ground up. And it's really cool stuff to learn, but it involves a time commitment. And I just don't have the time for it right now. I would love to. SM7B is wonderful, but you get that. Yeah. Those microphones. Actually, I've looked at Rode. You have a minor in music tech. There you go. Right on. That's very cool. You have an SM7B. No worries, Vampire itself. You too. Basically, when we stream, we are sound design. We are set design. If you're going to try to have a nice background and stuff like that, we have to understand lighting. We have to do social media. We have to do, so like PR, and we have to be our own tax professional. And I mean, you know, unless you're lucky to be able to afford someone to do your taxes. And we actually do that because we have another small business. But like, it's so much stuff. If you're going to do this for a living, it's a lot. You know, you should rent a P.O. box to be safe so you can receive mail and not be using your residential address. You know, there's logistics. If you're the type of person who's going to sell things you're making, or if you're going to do giveaways, you're going to have to do like shipping stuff out and paying for shipping and dealing with customs and international shipping rates. And, you know, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff to think about and to take care of, and that goes on behind the scenes. And I think it's important to share it with people, because even if you're not a streamer and it's not helpful to you in the sense of like being able to manage that stuff for yourself, it's important that people understand, like, you know, we get criticism sometimes from people. It's not a real job. And then Pix comes in here with Wheel of Whips and then clears the redeem instantaneously so that I can't reject and refund it. Hey, yo. Dealing with trolls. That's a Matherwin. That's a Matherwin move. No refund, sucker. That's a Matherwin move, okay? Who I actually did talk to not long ago, and she is doing okay, by the way. If anyone's wondering, she's had a lot going on. She's good. She sends her love. Did you just hear Louise from Bob's Burgers? I don't know. That's because Pix is a poopy butt face. That would be Zam. Wait, did Zam's poopy butt faceness rub off on Pix during their stream together? We're just a bunch of trolls.
Aren't we? Yeah.
All right, Wheel of Whips. I need to come up with a sound so that I don't miss that, because I happen to see it. I happen to notice it, but I'm not very good sometimes about noticing redeems if they don't have like a sound alert of some kind. Bee-doo-bee-doo-bee. Bong, bong, bong. Oh my God. Anyway. Oh, this is my life. Pulling up the whip wheel. Whipping out the whip wheel. Let's whip it out.
Focus, focus, penguin in a costume.
Whip it good. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na.
Ooh.
You must whip it.
Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is on the same bandwagon now. New yarn arrives every other day.
Listen, this is for professional. Did I need 4 skeins of each color? Yes. Yes, I did. For professional, it's for research purposes. It's called a review. I am reviewing this yarn. Zam said some very sweet things about you at the start of his stream. His teddy bear is shy. Oh, absolutely. He is very much Pix. I mean, I sat and had a whole meal with him. He was right there. He was right to my left.
And I swear.
Yeah.
And I yell. And it's because that's my personality.
Hey, if she does, you gotta let us know. I could have gotten 10 of each, so really I held back. Exactly. Thank you, Ian. Someone understands me. Zam is pretty much exactly like he is on stream. And that includes that he is actually a very sweet person. Wrapped up in a crunchy, pokey shell. I think Zam is a Cancer. Is he a Cancer? I can't remember when his birthday is. Who knows? He does it to me too. He'll be nice to me for about 5 seconds. I think there's a whole thing where like nobody actually knows what Zam's birthday is. Yeah, he won't tell you. About half the order has arrived. And I'm glad that I didn't order every color of the Posh yarn, because while I don't hate it, it is not interchangeable like I thought it would be with Hobie Baby Snuggle, Parfait Chunky, Himalaya Dolphin, Yarn Art. What's the Yarn Art version? Anyone know off the top of their head what the Yarn Art version? It's not velvet. Well, they have a velour yarn. Yarn Art has a velour yarn. But they have, oh, Dolce. Dolce. Yarn Art, Dolce. It's hard for us to get Yarn Art and Himalaya here in the States. I think Dolce is a lot closer to... Here, I'll show you. Let's spin the whip wheel first. Before I burn the, what's it gonna be? Oh, look at that! Pix designed this cross stitch for me. Pix designed this. Get on it, he says. Wow. Wow. You're hacking. Hacking confirmed. Hacking confirmed. Real quickly before we whip it out. I'll whip it out for you. Pix did it, RC. It was Pix who did it. Whip it out real good. Here, I'll show you. This is Yarn Art Dolce. Okay. You can get it on Amazon.
Hey, yo.
That's the appropriate usage. That's the appropriate usage of Axe Body Spray Bird Call. Thank you, Puffles. Thank you. You get a gold star, Puffles. So this, like, if you look at it, I'm looking at it up close. I think this looks like it's probably pretty similar to like what do you call it? Anytime Boss. Honey Bunny. Thank you. I'm like, what is the word? What are the words I'm trying to say? Honey Bunny. You know, of course, Amazon is like, or I mean, Google is like, oh, were you shopping? Allow me to show you a bunch of stuff that you don't have any interest in right now. Big twist. Plush is not interchangeable with this. Dolce, Parfait Chunky. I think I haven't had Dolce in my hands. The Mainstay's new version is same. It's really nice. Wait, what? They're all getting on this Yarn Bee Velvety. What is this? What is this? Velvety Smooth. This might be pretty similar. I won't shop with Hobby Lobby. If you do, that's okay. I'm not trying to shame you. I will not shop with them. I also don't have to. I understand that in some places, if you want to go shop in person, that is literally your only choice. So I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying I don't like their attitude as a company. Someone on Etsy selling Yarn Art Dolce. This is Yarn Art Velour. I don't know about Yarn Art Velour. Connie, thank
Connie
you. You like
Pussy
Yarn
gifted
Bee?
a tier
Where's
1
Yarn
sub
Bee
to
from?
Evans.
Is it from Hobby Lobby? Mainstays from Walmart just brought out their new version of the chenille polyester stuff. It's really nice. Connie, thank
Connie
you so
Cossing
much for
gifted
that.
a tier 1 sub
AJ
to
Nevins,
Quack
Quack79, and Oh
79.
Susanna, congratulations on your gift subs, courtesy of our awesome friend Connie Crossing. So here's the plush, or
Connie
the
Cossing
posh,
gifted
excuse
a
me.
tier 1 sub to Oh Susanna.
Bumblebee wings. Baby bee. I don't know. Honey bunny and baby snuggle are about the same. So yeah, the Dolce looks like to me like it's probably pretty close. Dolce Maxi. Oh, this is what I should have. Wait, don't tell me they have this in a color that would be good for Gengar, and I could have used this instead of. Man. It does, Pix, and you can. I have a lighter like sitting here next to me for no reason other than melting the ends of the yarn, but it'll shed even outside of when you cut it. It snaps if you look at it wrong. I know. Connie, you're so amazing. Thank you, friend, for that support for the channel. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the 3 gift subs. And Connie has snagged the first place on the weekly top gifter leaderboard. Karen did post and pin a message to the top of chat because my birthday is coming. Go on. Woo! There's no purple. Now I don't feel like an idiot. Dusty Rose. Would Dusty Rose work for Gengi? If I ever do anything like this again, I do have a goal. This is it though. I think after this I have to stop with these huge, with these 29 on the 29th. Get out. Get out. Quit spreading lies. My sister does celebrate the whatever anniversary of her 29th birthday. She's like 29 again. You guys would get a kick out of my sister. She's like me, but even spicier and sassier. And a brunette and busty. Very busty. And I used to yell at her all the time. She'd be like, it's not fair. You can eat whatever you want. And I'm like, yeah, it's also not fair that you can fill out a swimsuit. Okay? Like, grass is always greener. I don't have 6 dudes fighting over who's going to take me to the dance. Homie. Homegirl. Which has its own issues, honestly. She'd probably say, yeah, you don't want that. And I would actually, now in my later age, have to agree. At the time, you know, sibling rivalry type stuff. You're like, oh, it must be nice to have dudes fighting over you. Yes, but I'm not very approachable, Puffles. I mean, not that my sister is. For real, you would not want that. No, I understand now. She had some issues with some guys that were a little too persistent in school. And now that I'm older, I recognize that that is not a fun spot to be in. And she is beautiful, but you know, she also has struggled later in her life with her weight and has had health issues, and those have made it harder, even harder for her to keep her weight where it needs to be. And I love her so much, and I just want her to be healthy, and I don't care what she looks like, but I know that some of it has caused her some other issues, you know, and she's my baby sissy, so. And if I had known more about it back then, because she didn't tell me what was going on with some of these dudes. Oh, I would have absolutely taken care of it. I wouldn't have had to touch them, by the way. There would not have needed to be any physical contact, you know? Anyways, this could be cool for a big giant Ami. I don't know if anyone's used it, but I want to know. Yarn Art, what's the deal? Why do you hate Americans? Yarn Art, why do you hate us? How come we have to go through, you know, like we can't just order from Yarn Art? Like, come on, get with it, please. Hobie loves us. Hobie's from Denmark. They love us. They give us reasonable shipping. Come on, Yarn Art. We need to get this project out before Pix starts pitching a fit. But, you know, there's a ton of these different yarns to choose from. We have a good problem. right? Which is that we don't know which one to use because we have too many choices. So just try them and find out what you like. You know, it doesn't mean you have to be like me and order way too much of each kind. But this is very smooth. And this, which is the new Big Twist Posh, is springy. It's springy. It is nice and soft. It is very soft. But it feels more like there's something that I've felt that feels like this before that I can't put my finger on what it is, but I'll think of it. Probably not when I'm not live anymore. That's how you feel about most of the US stores. Why do they hate Australians? Yeah. This would be really fun for any kind of a little, like, an animal plushie, like a teddy or a bunny. It's floofier, but it's similar but floofier to me, just slightly floofier than Bernat blanket. It would make a lovely blanket. It's a nice tennis ball color, yeah. Yeah, it's called Glow Warm. They don't have a ton of colors. They have about, I think, like maybe a dozen colors. So if you are looking for something that will be interchangeable with your Hobie, Honey Bunny, Baby Snuggle, Parfait, Premier Parfait Chunky, Himalaya Dolphin, Yarn Art Dolce, this is not it. It's not interchangeable in terms of texture, in terms of weight. It's got fun colors. They're nice bright colors, but it is not as many colors. You have no red, no true red like this. You have a really nice dark pink that they call strawberry. I just noticed my hole. That's because this is before I learned about holes from pics. This is what happens when you're in here, Pix. By the way, I love you. Thank you for your work, Lurk. I have finished cross-stitch projects. Do I frog this? Do you guys want to watch me frog? I need a seam ripper if I'm going to frog this. Because I'm thinking about starting over using only 2 strands. The 3 strands is a bit much with this Ada. Yeah, but Puffles, I think Pix told me I should do it because the 3 strands is a bit much with this Ada, and I'm struggling with it, and I think that if I'm struggling, it's going to make it that much harder for me to want to work on it, and I should just get rid of it. By the way, Pix is coming on the stream on Saturday, February 3rd. Yeah, this is not that much floss. 16. It's 16 count Ada. You know, I think that if I frog. Now, anybody have any tips for frogging? Because I've not frogged very many cross-stitch projects. Is it better to frog from the front or the back of the piece? I'm going to frog all of it. Thank you, Karen. Frog from the back. Okay. And then here, I'm going to take this off. Hey, at least the back of my piece looked nice and neat, right? A lot neater than the first time. I suppose it would make sense to do it from wherever I left off, right? Now, do I even want to try to save this, or am I just considering this a loss? The floss. It's a Q-snap jungle carpet python, which is similar. but it's designed for cross stitch. Yeah, okay. Look, this is forcing me to get this out. To get this project out and just deal with it. You know? Your first frog viewing. Here, I almost wonder if it would just make sense to cut this like a little closer. I don't want to damage the Ada. Duo, I've just decided. Look at all the cross stitchers coming out of the woodwork. Uh-oh. I've decided that I don't want to continue this project with 3 strands. It's on 16 count. And it's just too much for someone in my skill range. This is like, you know, kind of hard mode, and I just feel like I'm avoiding working on the project because it's a struggle. So rather than continue, I'm just gonna take it out. Two on 16 is good. See, everyone's saying that. You know, Pix was gonna let me. Pix is like, you made decisions, and I'm here for it. It is tedious to pull work out, but I'd rather pull this amount of work out than get, you know, let's say like a third of the way through this and then just completely abandon it. You know? Like, oh, what project is this? The Starlight cross stitch. Pix made me spin the whip wheel. And then ironically, the project that it landed on was the Starlight cross stitch, which I had been telling him I was probably going to frog. So here we are. How you doing, Duo? Duo is an awesome friend of the stream. We got to collab with Duo and Pix. Have you been doing any more crocheting since then, Duo? Or what you been up to? Duo does a lot of crafting, but mostly does cross stitch. Has been knitting too, though. Your knitting looks really great. I also knit, Duo. Your knitting looks really good. And you did fabulously with the crochet, but I know some people prefer, you know, knitting or crochet. When I taught myself to knit, I did it obsessively and exclusively for about 10 years. I don't knit super frequently on stream anymore. Or ever. I've never really knitted all that much on stream. Because when I came to Twitch, I found more people doing like crochet stuff. I felt like. You think you casted off the sleeve a bit tight. Have you tried Jenny's super stretchy bind off? Wiffle! Thank you for 6 months. Thanks, Wiffle. Jeny duo. Jeny. Jenny's. No, not 2 N's, but 1. Jenny's super stretchy bind off. Look it up. It will help with your cuffs. For sleeves or socks. It's a method of binding off that allows it to have more elasticity. Because, like, if you're doing ribbed cuffs, how sad is it to do that nice stretchy ribbing and then have the bind off just lock it up? Trying not to ruin this Ada. Thank you so much for the resub, Wiffle. I hope you're enjoying your emotes and all that stuff, and I appreciate your support, friend. How are you doing today? Also, did we get a shout out for Pix? Can we get a shout out for Pix and one for Duo? They don't have to be, you know, obviously they can't both be the fancy kind at the same time, but so far I haven't ruined this Ada. Pray for me, chat. Oh, we had an ad break and I didn't even notice. Wow. Professional broadcaster. Did anybody do show and tell today? Do we have stuff in show and tell? Should I stop? I forgot to set a timer. Honestly, I anticipate this is going to take longer than half an hour for me to frog this. So I'll just keep going, and then if somebody does whip wheel again, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Cat, we are frogging. This is where lint rollers come in handy. Why are you ooh-wooing after RIPing? I've just decided I don't want to do this with 3 strands. That 3 strands is a bit much, and I was a little ambitious, and imagine somebody new to a craft being overly ambitious and deciding they're going to try to take on a project Like we always tell each other not to. It gives really great coverage. I just feel like I am not there yet to be able to do this efficiently. And then I get frustrated with like how long it's taking. I don't know how people do 24 count. Like Chadley just casually sitting there doing even weave, that even weave project. How many thousands and thousands and thousands of stitches. I mean, this one's 14,000. It's no small. It's no small thing. You can do the even weave and the like 24 and 28 count, and I don't know. I respect it. 32. Oh, okay. Wow. I was about to ask you, are you okay, Catyoy? Are you okay? Like, are you writing this from solitary confinement but they let you have a cross stitch project? Connie, you got any cool cross stitch projects going? Did you post in show and tell, Connie? Oh my God, are you serious, Kat? Mine went back yesterday. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Kat, I'm so sorry. Like, we love our babies. We love spending time with them. But once they go off to school, it like is a much needed, like we need, if we don't work, we can like get more done around our house. If we're working, it's stressful because you got to figure out what to do with your kids when they're out of school. I am so sorry. You made it to the nerd hole. You broke the accumulation record from the blizzard of 93. Wow. I am so sorry. Because, like, again, it's, it's our job. We're parents. We sign up for the life of taking care of the kiddos and all that. But when there's a massive disruption of your schedule, that's hard for anyone to deal with, right? And the kiddos don't understand, so they're like bouncing off the walls and just being kiddos, and the parents are like, oh my God, please, can they go back to school now? Ooh, that reminds me, I told my daughter's teacher I would email her today about our schedule for the rest of the week. And I forgot. Done. It's because I was going to have to type it out on my phone, and I hate typing on my phone. So I told myself that I was going to come back down here to my office, and I was going to do it on my computer. And then I got tired, and I went and laid down, and I fell asleep. And then I woke back up again. And then I had to put Ramona to bed. And then my husband came home, and then he was watching a loud movie in our room, which is totally fine. And normally it doesn't bother me. And if I'm really tired, I'll fall asleep. But then I had woken back up, and then I was awake. And then I was like, oh my God, I can't fall asleep again. And then I was awake until midnight, even though I had slept for like maybe an hour between like 8 and 9. Just like, what? You were 5 when the blizzard of 93 happened and in kindergarten. We're trying to come up with a plan, Chick Drummer, to do more online sales. Because, like, we certainly would rather sell cards to people in person and comics. But when we had the bad weather, my husband put a bunch of cards up on TCG Player and eBay, and we made like not as much money as we would eventually if people bought them in the store. Yeah, it's hard because there's a whole separate business model basically happening twice under the same roof, right? And you have to be able to reliably sync your inventories. Like the inventory on the website needs to reliably reflect what is available in store, and then you need to be able to, like, you know, like somebody calls and asks if you have something in stock. Well, maybe someone else already bought it online and you just didn't notice that the order had come through. You want to avoid situations like that. Yeah, exactly. It uses your POS system, so you just put it in your POS. What do you mind sharing what POS system you use? We use Square. Oh, no you don't. Listen here, Danielle. It's not my fault that Joanne came out with a couple new yarns in their Big Twist line. And, you know, it's my professional obligation to try these yarns out. And, I didn't spend a fortune on it or anything. I think I spent like maybe $75 on this last order for like a lot of yarn. Not all of it is here yet. Some of it came USPS and some came FedEx. Who knows why? Now, if you choose to go back and do this with a different thread, amount of thread, is there a way to you know, like, have I stretched the fabric too much? Am I going to need to do something to, like, fix that? Because Joanne, because it's coming from... Oh, I ordered it online, Chick Drummer. That doesn't work. Joanne's like, oh, you don't have to live near one of our stores. I do have one not terribly far away. If I wanted to go and shop in person, I could. I'd have to have Hubs take me, but I can hear him too. What do you need at Joanne? What could you possibly, what could you possibly not already have downstairs? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to end up washing it, and that'll help a little bit, you know, with some of the, like, stretching and stuff. This isn't even a very big piece, a very big patch area, if you want to call it. And taking quite a while to pull it out. But I'm going to be happier working on it, and in all honesty, probably not gonna notice much of a difference in terms of the coverage. Does anybody know if there's a way to record a single video source in OBS, like while you're streaming? You're the one stressed about the budget. We are both stressed about the budget. But in different ways, if that makes sense. You haven't learned enough about OBS to know. Don't! Aww. Wasn't thinking. Hey, thanks for the follow. I hope this is fascinating for you. Could be therapeutic. You never know. Right? I mean, I want to say distinguish, but there's a missing I. So, you know, you tell me. That is if you even feel like talking, because, you know, we are not in the habit of making people feel like they have to in here. But welcome and thank you for the follow. Yeah, you're long distance with your boyfriend. You have to scream at him to stop sending mystery boxes of yarn or stuff you'll never use. You'd rather he save the money or buy yarn you actually want. Yeah, tell him to get you gift cards. Speak now or forever hold a P and Q. All right, how many of you have stabbed yourselves with one of these? Maybe while you're doing this, or maybe while you're doing something else. I'm imagining it happening right now. Mirror mask me. I don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry, Tanari. If you have used, I haven't. I've never stabbed myself with one. Could be because I haven't used it enough, but I've never stabbed myself with one of these. You see, there is a plugin for recording sources separately. Yeah. Yes. Please, Astronomy Show. You don't have a sub, so let us get you a permit, okay? Here, I'll permit you. If I can type. No. I totally understand, because everybody keeps yelling at me, pandas, to like put more stuff on my throne for my birthday, and I'm like, can I just be honest with you? Like, yes, I did buy this yarn, but I actually am making content about it. I'm gonna do some reviews. I'm gonna talk about it to tell other people, like, hey, this is what you should expect if you buy this. Because I need to start doing stuff like that to grow my YouTube. But other than that, it's like I don't know how much more stuff I can really put in my office, honestly, without like creating a serious fire hazard. And it's hindering me in other ways because, for example, like, you know, I want to do Just Dance for you guys, and I can't right now from down here. So I could do it from the laptop, but I'd have to disconnect my capture card from the PC. Like, it would be a very tedious process to get set up for it. You know, I could purchase a separate capture card, I suppose. I suppose that would be the way to go, just for the sake of like being able to stream from the kitchen, because I already have a second USB hub to attach multiple devices to the laptop. You know, there is some stream equipment and stuff that would be awesome. Some people have contributed to the sewing machine that I have in there. And I would either give away my brother or hold on to it in case Ramona wants it at some point. Like maybe there's a local organization that you know, teaches people stuff like sewing and crafting, and maybe there's a you know, a place where they're trying to teach people some life skills and job skills and just to have something creative to do that could use a mildly used machine that still works fine. Could probably use a tune-up. Is this yarn good for chewing on? I need to know for reasons. Seam rippers are like motorcycles in this regard. There are two kinds: those that have stabbed, dumped, and those that will stab, dump. What does dumping mean? Fall over? Like you fall off of it, you'd get dumped off the motorcycle? I don't know these things. Astronomy Show is a streamer. Can we get a fancy shout out for Astronomy Show? Thank you for that YouTube link. I am.
my YouTube.
Ah! Oh, I know this guy. Saving that to tutorials. Thank you. Saving that to my YouTube playlist for tutorials. I appreciate you. Oh no, Tanari! Ow! If you only have Michael's or Walmart for yarn in Canada and you're close to Michael's, got in trouble for price gouging tactics? Oh no. Mr. Cat has learned not to question when you say you need something from the craft store. If you need it, then you must need it. Hubby just encourages you. Yeah, hey, that's good. Now that I'm actually selling stuff that I've made, which is a whole other thing, I need to like really have like a big shop update. You've had 3 of the same item come from 3 different places before with Joanne and all 3 different shipping service providers. The shipping for you is free. You got a huge deal on your items. It's a wonder that they're still in business. It's pretty crazy. They must have some sort of arrangement. You completely get that. You had to have your husband stop telling you how much money you had so you wouldn't stress as much. It was taking a lot out of you. Now you do check with him before you purchase patterns and supplies, but you feel like that's a courteous thing to do. You're a team. You don't need to hide your purchases from him. Yes. You love mystery boxes. It gets you to use new things and challenge yourself. That's cool. Mirror Mask, how are you? Mirror Mask is awesome and a fantastic friend of the stream who has also done fundraising with Team Stream Stars with us for Starlight. I hope you're doing well, friend. It's always lovely to see you. Better question is, who hasn't done these types of things? You don't use a seam ripper to frog. You use your needle. You're terrified to rip your fabric. I didn't think of that. Totally fair. That's why you'd rather just give a little helpful list to him and let him have at it. At least then it wouldn't sit there on a shelf. Yes. And stare at you. Yep. You posted in Discord. Oh, right. Okay. You know, I didn't even think of that, of using the needle instead. But at this point, I've ripped enough out that I'm not sure. I've like cut at it enough with the thing. I don't know if that will work very well now. Anyone else want to post in Discord show and tell? We're going to do that in about 2 minutes, okay? Sorry, I don't mean to keep you waiting, Connie. I appreciate you. Oh, this is... I think this is better because... Well, I guess it depends on how you did it. What a pain in the butt. We're learning. It's okay. And like, I don't want to pull too hard. That's also going to like widen the holes in the fabric maybe. Here, what happens if I do this? I didn't cut myself or stab myself with those either. All right. Perfectly vertical. What was aggressively loud? Well, if you do drop a seam ripper perfectly vertical, you don't need to replace it if it hits your foot. If it hits the floor, it might blunt it enough. You need a new one. Oh, yeah. You just asked Hebby if you can get a gift card when you need something online, and he either says we can or can't. You're okay. Been sick for 2 weeks. I've been trying to adjust to your new teaching job. Things are getting better, but the start of the year has been crazy. I am sorry to hear that, Mirror Mask, but here's hoping you at least don't have to deal with being sick anymore soon. You finally tried Fortnite last night for the first time after... Oh my god, really? Really, Plaid Pandas? Usually pull it up and tell them exactly what you need. The same right now, Kat, for a new laptop that you need because you accidentally broke yours trying to help. You have to wait till you have the money. Mike said seam ripper's your best bet. It will, yes, but it should be fine once you stitch back into them. The YouTube video was aggressively loud. Oh. All right. Show and tell. It's happening now. I think I forgot yesterday. Oh my gosh, how cute is this? Why, Discord? Why aren't you showing usernames when I dismissed the notification about... Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to go into Task Manager. Discord is misbehaving. You're misbehaving, Discord. Why? Now it works. Okay. How cute is this thing? But it's still not, it's still trying to tell me. Stop that! Pearl! This is so cute. Sometimes you need a pocket pearl. Adorable. This is so stinking cute. I love it. Very cute. Oh, and Seabus Rockstar coming right along with this Mario piece. Very cool. Lots of progress between this one and that one. Very cool. Right on. Speaking of cross stitch, that's amazing. Excellent work, Seabus Rockstar. We love it. We love to see it. A quirky colored toque. Pretty colors. Pretty colors, Lobster. I love it. 17 rows to complete Mario's head and another 8 more after that to the halfway mark. Lots more progress. Very good. From here to here. Very cool. It's been awesome to see your journey from the beginning here, Seabus. Oh, how cute. That is adorable. This is very cute. Love it. Alternate dragon cat design. Ooh, I love this. Astro Dragon. That's very cool. Astro Dragon's drawings and watercolor are mostly of cats in some fashion or another. You love the little birdies coming up. Wiffle, does this contain copyrighted music? Okay, then I can't play it. But people are welcome to follow the link and take a look at it. And this looks cool. I can't play it if it has. You're not familiar with the song. Yeah, if it's not like, you know, royalty free, blah 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 blah, like background music, like we listen to on the stream. I've gotten bopped too many times. Not like DMCA'd, but hey, you got muted. I get muted for music that I am supposed to be allowed to use. No, it's all good. I wonder if I can pull it up, but just without. How come it won't let me just play it in here? This is just a preview, I guess, of the video. So that's the other thing, is that if it's not uploaded as a video, I have to open it in a browser window. So I can't play it directly from here, unfortunately. I'd have to open a separate browser window. How many more entries do we have? I could go back and do that after we're done. We had our Pride Night at the game Saturday. I love this. These are very cute. Does this like all come off at once? Or did you actually arrange these on your face? If you can upload a video version of it and it will go, like if the file's not too large, etc., then you could do that and I can just watch it straight from there. I don't mind navigating to a browser, but then I have to like I have to like stop what I'm doing here, go to that, make sure it's on the right source, you know what I'm saying? So I can do that, but just after. Okay, so it's like a design that's already made, but still very cool. Very cute. I love it. Looks like you had fun. Which you always look like you're having fun at these, and that's great. I'm so happy for you. More burbs from Python. These are so stinking cute. Pattern when? Because I'm pretty sure this is your design. These are so adorable. They look like they're like low sew or no sew. And I love those patterns. I love no sew and low sew patterns. Love them. Do you want a tester? I'll test it. I would gladly test it. How cute are these? Yeah, they're all the same pattern, right? Just different colors. So stinking cute. Another flippin' snow day. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Parent-teacher conferences. Oh, cat. I'm so tired. I love you. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. It's so hard for everyone because it's such a disruption. Just where the color changes happen is different. The body shape is all the same. Right. What you didn't show is the third rescheduled conferences, and they have a question mark. Oh, my God. Aw. I love orange kitties. Oh, wait. Boop. And I didn't boop, Connie. Boop. How do you say this word again? Bicornu? Biscornu? How do you say it? We looked at your red panda. It's so cute. Biscornu. Okay. I love these colors. These are so pretty. These are such pretty colors. So now when you finish this, right, don't you sew it up into like a shape? Get out of here, Becca. No you, Becca. Adorbs. Just a cutie making cute things. I'm not cute. I'm weird looking. Wait for it. You passed. Anyway. Yeah. You ran from your spreadsheets to type exclamation point nerf. Triple nerf. Yeah, you take the corner of a square, put it in the middle of the side of the other one, and then sew it up. It makes a cool shape. Yeah. And the design, like, is on the corners of it and stuff. Apparently, it's easy. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. I very much appreciate it. You're all so talented and amazing, and I'm lucky to have such fantastic people that like to hang out in here and who are, you know, fellow fiber dorks. Look, I clean up all right, okay? I don't think that's the most important thing about a person. And I think it's fun sometimes for me to get gussied up. But I don't have the patience for a lot of adornment. You know? It's I wear exactly one piece of jewelry regularly, and it's this. I have worn other rings in the past for extended periods. Because you can wear a ring and you don't have to like take it off when you go to sleep, and you just keep it on. Just keep the same rings on for months. maybe change them every once in a while. I used to wear earrings, and then having babies and toddlers cured me of that because I didn't want them grabbing them. And so now I just don't think about it. And yeah. And I know for some people, like, what jewelry they wear is like a big part of their everyday, you know, routine of getting ready and, you know, picking out an outfit and all that. And I'm just entirely too unconcerned and plain in terms of my own personal style. I just don't find it rewarding enough to want to devote time to it. But I appreciate and understand that for a lot of people, that is a very important method of self-expression, and I support it. It's nothing to do with like thinking that anyone else is silly for spending time on it or money or any of that. You used to wear earrings. Yep. Kids that are grabbers. I wasn't like every day, but I did wear them frequently, and I don't anymore. And some people just wear the same earrings but have, you know, or like have different types of piercings than like an earring with posts or the fishhook earrings or anything like that. Your earring collection is dusty. I have to be careful what materials I leave in my ears for very long. I have suffered from some irritation and stuff from certain types of metals. Not like strictly allergic to anything. I just sensitivity, I guess, would be the best way to put it. If it's not like sterling silver or surgical steel or yeah, it has to be like this is such a pain. Yep, I think I'm going back to the seam ripper, y'all. I've done okay so far, famous last words. Thank you, Puffles. Ads in roughly 2 minutes. How long do we have to punish Miro for? Not that it's punishment. He's been so feisty. Man, you really see like a different side of somebody when they usually mod and then they don't. I mean, he just knows that he can get me all riled up if he does stuff that he's not supposed to. I'm like, I see how it is. I see your true nature. I'm glad he's having fun with it. He's a good sport. You're doing a great job. Are you kidding me, Puffles? You're doing a great job. That's the point, is I want him to relax. Because you got it. You're on it. I'm saying, you said ads in roughly 2 minutes. You're doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, and I love you. You're wonderful. You're fabulous. He needs to chill. Miro has no chill, yeah. Hi, Cerulean. How are you? You are so welcome. I've been good. I'm just ripping this out. Just sad, but I think it's for the best. And thankfully I have like tons of this floss as well, so while it's not ideal, I'd rather do this now than suffer through the whole thing. Getting settled in after a move. Oh, wow. Like, how big of a move are we talking about here? Are we talking about like across town? Are we talking about out of state? Moving can be rough and stressful, but it's also an opportunity to like start fresh, which is always nice. About 2 hours. Cross stitch. Okay, so just far enough that it's not like you can just drive across town and drop off a load. But not so far that you have to like arrange for travel like in a plane unless you're driving a truck yourself, or like have to have movers. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you still had movers. A lot of people I know have said, oh, once I started using movers I never looked back, but they can also mess up your stuff. I've heard of a lot of people having bad experiences with movers. Who's farting? Who did it? Hi, Rue. You can hear me now? Okay, good, Jaded. How are you? Some people never hear me. That's why we use captions. Starting fresh is your absolutely your favorite part. Oh no, Puffles, I just saw your thing about having a piercing ripped out. That's so terrible. That's worse than the time someone crowd surfed into the ear with your new from the day before industrial pierce. Oh boy. Oh my god. Ouch. Not banned. No, Becca, not banned. Just demoted. We demoted him. He has a pink diamond. Oh no, Puffles, really? That's the worst. You're just sticking up for yourself. Now you can hear me. And this move required downsizing in the best ways. Movers can be the worst. You're doing okay. Frog dissected. Wait, are you... Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Jaded. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can still see captions when there's ads. Teacher didn't care that you were bleeding and he... Ay. That's not okay. Unscheduled vacation. Of course not. Typical. Ugh. Yeah, that's not okay. I had a lot of threats of physical stuff from other kids in school. Or verbal teasing. I was so thankful that I had, you know, I had good friends. Not a ton of them necessarily at any given point. I really feel that, you know, doing theater and having a friend group through my interests is probably what, maybe not the only thing that got me through. You know, I also had parents that really loved me and supported me. Even if they were train wrecks sometimes. You know. We had a lot of other turmoil and upheaval and stuff, but I never questioned their love for me. So there's that, you know. Nobody's perfect. I had a parent who struggled with opioid addiction. But again, I never questioned whether or not he loved me. He just had a problem. And, you know, if you've been through that, I am sorry. This isn't my personal therapy session though. I'm good now. I forgive him. For one thing, I don't think it makes sense in a way, you know. It doesn't mean you have to, like, maybe you're not at the point where you want to forgive somebody, but he passed, and especially, you know, now that he's passed, I just kind of try to remember all the good stuff that he did and all the good things that he was, and I feel for him because I think he just had some issues that were just never taken care of properly, and that's why he ended up in the situation that he did. Your brother struggled with that kind of thing. Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to have a family member go through that. And it is an epidemic, honestly. It's only gotten worse since then. And my dad was the similar thing where, you know, someone prescribed him painkillers. So, like, you got to watch out with the opioids. They're an extremely effective pain management tool. And unfortunately, a lot of people end up having trouble getting off of them. So it needs to be used very cautiously in order to make sure you don't end up with a dependency. You know, like young athletes end up in that situation a lot, and it's heartbreaking. You know, injuries happen, and, you know, the doctors are doing the best they can to help somebody function after having had an injury. So I don't think that it's like doctors aren't sitting there, you know, explicitly going like he, you know, but it again is extremely effective. So it's hard because, you know, now physical therapy is what's going to help you get through it. You know, if that's an option, physical therapy is going to help you get through it to, like, the point where there's no pain and you have function again. But in the short term, sometimes that's the only way to like help someone be able to get through their day is medication. But I was happy that they were very focused when I had my daughter post-surgery on minimal to no use of those types of drugs. They have pretty big risks, including developing a dependency, so... I am pretty cautious around them for that reason. It took him a long time. He did eventually kick it, but it totally ruined his relationship with my mom and my sister. Except they really don't. This hype over a supposed epidemic is preventing people from getting the pain relief they need. Yeah, your chronic pain patient, but you've so far managed not to need opioids. It's really hard. Again, like I said, I don't think that the tool itself is to blame. I think it's, you know, if it's managed properly and used properly for acute pain that can, you know, that other things are not helping with. I'm no doctor. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not trying to like say that I have a better knowledge or understanding of this stuff than anybody else. You gotta work with your doctor and figure out what works for you if you're having an issue, you know. Oh man, I think I need to turn it over again. I'm kind of having to work from both sides, really. Oh, this is the worst. Right, exactly, Jaded. You refused when you started going to therapy to be medicated because of a history. Yeah. Yeah, well, and again, like I said, this is all between you and your doctor. Like the general you. Thank you for the follow. Celtic Seth. Hope you're doing well today. If you feel like talking and introducing yourself, we would love that, but we're not in the habit of making people feel forced out of their lurk. So if you're enjoying a lurk, that is great. I appreciate the lurkers very much. Come on now. wonder, am I going about this wrong? And would it be easier if I... Yeah. Went sideways through them. Cool. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate it. I know a lot of people, for them, it's just relaxing to like hang out somewhere where somebody's working on a project, and we do get a little bit crazy in here sometimes. Another follow. Thank you so much. TND Becca Music. Again, no need to talk if you're just enjoying a lurk. It's all good. We do appreciate our lurkers. But we do like to get to know people if they're feeling comfortable. Oh my goodness. This is taking so long. And here I am doing cross stitch today. Well, undoing cross stitch. I do crochet. I made this. This was my first amigurumi ever, and it's ugly as hell, and it needs to be washed. But I don't care because it's the first thing I made. So, yes, we do a lot of crochet here. This is a project I'm undoing it because I don't know if you cross stitch, Becca, but and that's so sweet of Connor. I really love Connor. He's awesome. Somebody came in here and I forgot to respond to them. Was it yesterday? Saying I missed DK. I think that's how I got to know Connor, was through Donut King. But I love Connor and Richard. They're both awesome. What's not ugly? Oh, my Mario shroom? It is, and that's okay. It's still... It's just evidence of progress. Thank you, though. I know why you did that. I understand what you're saying. It was my very first Ami. It's okay, though. You know what? It makes me proud to look at it because I started and I kept going, even after making something kind of derpy like that. I didn't know what I was doing. I used the wrong size hook. There's a lot of awesome crochet streamers. Hi, AG. How are you? Your back is totally trashed. It's the source of most of your pain. I'm sorry, Chris. You can tell what it is, though, but it can't be that bad. Okay. I am undoing. I'm frogging this Starlight cross stitch that Pix designed. Pix helped me design. Well, I didn't really do any of the designing. It was all Pix. Pix made me spin the whip wheel, and this is what it landed on. And I've been meaning to frog this and start over, so here we are. Learning some tough lessons about project planning and also how to frog. And I'm just trying to be very careful so that I don't rip the Ada. Which, if you're not familiar with cross stitch, is the name for this fabric. This like canvas-like fabric that we use for cross stitch is called Aida. A-I-D-A. Aw, Connor, you're awesome. I haven't seen hide nor hair of DK in a while. Have you, Connor? I haven't seen him on social media. He certainly hasn't been live on Twitch. Someone came in asking after him. To be fair, he's gone on hiatuses before. And I think that it's just been tough. You know, they have 3 kids. Like, I think it was probably a stretch for him when they had 1 kid, and then they had another kid, and then while he was gone, they had a 3rd kid. They're busy. They are busy with a young family, working, you know, a physically demanding job. I imagine he's just tired. Plus, you know, I don't think he's in the same situation as you and Richard, where you guys are the owners of the cafe and you can decide to do what you want. He's working for his in-laws, and I don't think they're very fond of him screaming while he's working. You're good. You went swimming after work today, and it was so nice. To be fair, swimming doesn't describe what you did. No, but hey, yes, no. Yes, exactly. How many weeks are you now, AG? When's your due date? You mean this kind of thing you can't plan for? It's a preference thing. You're used to using 3 strands, so for your first time on 16 count, that's what you started with and got a dozen stitches in and hated it, so you frogged and went to 2. Yeah. Genetics is a big part of it too. Gingers are more tolerant of pain in general, but are more susceptible to temperature-based pain. Ah. That's many small humans to take. Yeah, they're all under 4 years old. He has, like, I think a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a baby. Yes. Totally not picking on anybody that uses them, Chris, by the way. I hope you didn't feel like I was. 29 whole weeks due on the 7th of April. Goodness gracious. You are rapidly approaching that baby being on the outside of you. I'm so happy for you, AG. I hope that the swim was good for helping you feel a little bit less, you know, I know that feeling of like, oh God, really? 10 more weeks of this, huh? Right around 35 to 36 weeks is where you're like, wow, it's a good thing that at 37 they're considered fully cooked, because obviously we want our babies to come out when they're supposed to or whatever, you know, like all ready to be on the outside of us and independent and breathing properly and all that good stuff. And a good weight and, you know, all the things to be done But technically speaking, at 37, they won't stop you from going into labor, and they will consider that your baby's lungs are probably developed enough to not need any kind of additional intervention. You know, some babies are fully cooked and come out and have, you know, stuff that they need help with, which is totally fine. Thank goodness for modern medicine for that, I guess. You know, because we had a fully cooked baby and I didn't even know I was in labor, and some things went haywire, and but here we both are and everything is fine. So you're going to be just fine, EG. I'm so excited for you. It's stressful though. It's nerve-wracking, especially with your first. And I'm not about to pry and ask if you have plans to have more than one child, but that first time is very nerve-wracking. You don't know what to expect. Baby be baking. Uh-oh, you see a seam ripper. Yeah, Kim. Yeah. Almost there. And the fabric is looking good so far. We've managed to not rip the Ada, which is really the thing. The goal is to get this all ripped out and not rip the Ada. So you want to know why I'm sitting here doing this right now, Kim? You want to know who is the reason that I'm doing this particular task right now? And you guys, if you're not already aware, Kim and Shania and I are all participating in this next Fortnite tournament, the Trios tournament, happening on January 27th. January 27th at 4 p.m. Pacific. Which is Saturday the 27th at 4 p.m. Pacific. That is this Saturday, chat. Pix, he and you know what? It wasn't even like he came in. Here's the irony, Kim. It's not like Pix marched in here and was like, hey, where's the Starlight cross stitch? How come you haven't ripped it out yet? Do you want to know how this happened? Because that adorable little butt nugget made me spin the whip wheel, and it's what it landed on. What a punk. No, Popples! It's the weirdest limbo you've been in, and as a type A professional control freak, it's challenging to just kind of surrender to the process, but not much else you can do. You love more kids with the yeah, no, I know. Hey, and you know what? Here's the thing. You don't have to decide right now. You know? My husband was like, let's have 6 kids. I was like, holy crap, can we get through this first one? And figure out if we even like it, you know, or whatever. Like, you know, you love your kids, but some people have one and they're like, oh, that's enough for me. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, I love my kid and I love being a parent, but I'm okay with just one. They don't want the challenge of multiple kids in their household, right? I totally respect that. My sister was like, 1 and done. Thank goodness, because the doctors basically told her, like, no, lady, you're not allowed to do this again. Like, she could have adopted, sure, if she wanted to, but she was happy with 1 child. She's like, I have absolutely no idea how you do it. And I'm like, you know what, though? I think there's challenges to raising an only child that I don't face. Like, they have built-in company. Like during the early stages of the pandemic when we were all home all the time, my friends who have 1 child were like, I don't know how you're doing it. I'm like, Sure, there are challenges to being home and taking care of 3 kids constantly. But your kid has you. I know. And he quickly, after we had our first, Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. We're at 7725, you guys. We are exactly 52 followers away from our goal. What the heck? Thank you so much. Unless that's going to be 7726. And then we'll be 51 followers away. Thanks, guys. You thought you wanted 3 kids so you became a parent, and then you're like, 1 is plenty. Yeah. And some people think they only want 1, and they have 1, and then they're like, bring on all of the kids. So, you know, and also I would just caution anyone against asking these questions, as innocent as you might be about it, because you just never know what someone's history is, what their situation is. Maybe they want kids, but they can't have them. Maybe they have 1 kid and they want more, but that's been a struggle. Maybe they have a really bad past when it comes to, you know, how they were parented. And so they've made the decision not to for that reason. Totally understandable. It's not really any of your business. The best thing you can say if someone tells you they're pregnant is, I know nothing's more trigger happy than discussing children, or like when they're going to have, when people are reproductive plans or choices. Licensed foster parent here. Exactly. And you got to be cautious because you may not mean to, but you're going to bring up a topic that's hard. Some people very graciously will and honestly will tell you what's going on, and they don't mind sharing. But for other folks, it's very personal and private, and it's none of you beeswax. And I found that out the hard way. Really, really hard. The lesson that I learned about that was extremely difficult. I don't wish it on anyone from their perspective, the person or me. So just know that behind the scenes for a lot of folks, there might be some stuff going on that you would feel terrible if you knew that you were bringing that up for them. Now, when someone tells you, hey, when they announce they're having a baby, congratulations, that's so great, I'm so excited for you. And that is it. That remark is so weird because like it's like, wait, so is that the only reason you had kids? Like, yes, it is a lovely thing to have, but like also then that also implies like that there's no one else in your life, like you don't have any nieces or nephews or whatever, and like yeah, it's just not appropriate. Just don't do that. Again, maybe they have PCOS and they can't get pregnant and they want to, or something else like that. It's just not a good thing to be too persistent about. If someone volunteers that they love kids, that they want to have kids, maybe they love kids but they don't want any of their own. Lots of people love children and don't want any of their own. They're not mutually exclusive. Like, it's an explosive topic. I should probably stop talking about it right now. Just cause I don't want anyone to feel like they're being, you know, heavily censored in here about what they're allowed to talk about, as long as it's not, you know, as long as we're keeping it PG-13. But like, it's a tough thing. And sometimes it's just good for people to feel like they're being seen when someone mentions this stuff and says, please don't pry about people's situation with having kids or whether they want kids. You love children, right? It's not about whether or not somebody likes kids. And you can find so many ways to be nurturing and to be involved. You can volunteer at schools. You can spend time with your nieces and nephews or neighborhood kids, teaching them how to do stuff, looking after them if their parents need a sitter, all these other things. Becoming a teacher, working with kids in government agencies. There are people who do this stuff that don't have kids, don't have any plans to have kids. And in fact, maybe they can devote more of their energy to someone else's child because they're not going home and taking care of a family of their own. Like, and many people do both of those things, but it just isn't any of your business. Yeah. Kim. Right. Yeah, you like kids. You don't want any of your own. You're not bringing kids into this world, and that is a personal choice. Entitlement goes both ways, to say the least. Yes. Often aren't prepared or talented that way. Lots of reasons. Yes. Kids are often not the ones who do the taking care of things, right? Yes. Don't assume your children will take care of you either, though. Yes. Don't put all your eggs in that basket. You were brought into this world with no choice in the matter. Some parents are not ready for that reality check. Yep. It's totally true. I'm going to try to set my kids up to have to do as little for me as possible. Because I don't want them to have to set aside their goals, their life, their passions, their interests, their pursuits, for me, because I didn't plan. You know, and many children and grandchildren are so happy. Have you guys seen the content with the guy who takes care of his grandma? They're a Filipino family. You seen this? Have you seen this kid? He's a 20-something, and he devotes his whole life to taking care of his grandma. And it's the sweetest thing I've ever seen. And they have the best relationship, and he is so devoted to her. Oh, it is amazing. But that's a choice he made. That's a choice that he made. It is adorable, and she is, and it's a reflection of the love and the care that she showed to him, and he says that all the time, right? But he chooses that. He does it of his own volition. It's very clear that he is fully, independently making that choice, you know, that she's just that important to him. So... And she's so thankful and so grateful for him. And she says it all the time. She says, "Why are you so nice to me? How did I get so lucky to have you?" She says things like that all the time to him. It is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. And it's very heartwarming. And it's because she invested that love and care up front. And it sounds like she was definitely very, very much the strong caretaker of the family in a lot of ways. And probably there's a part of her that doesn't like having to be taken care of by other people, but she expresses gratitude for it, you know? Often the people who say things like, "Who's going to take care of you?" If that is the main reason, I know. Yeah, you shouldn't. You know, we joke about that with each other sometimes, my husband and I, but that's not. We both, when we had our first, we both sort of had this conversation immediately about how weird is it that this person is their own person. You kind of have to just, you're there to guide them, but you're not there to mold them. You're there to help them and to facilitate, not to make them into something that you want them to be. You have to give them your life experience, and we're limited to our life experience, our skills, but you can also learn and grow as a parent and as a human when you have children. Chef Reactions, who dropped his whole life to go take care of his grandma. And he also is always thanking his online community for making it so he could quit restaurants and go take care of his grandma. Because he's always saying, without you guys, without all of this, stuff with making content and how successful I've been so lucky to be with it, I wouldn't be able to spend the kind of time with her that I do. And he's like, but I would do anything for her. Pretty awesome. And that's something that maybe not everybody's prepared to do, is capable of doing, caring for their elders. Some people have, a lot of other issues that stand in the way of them doing that. But for those that are able and willing, it's pretty awesome. But again, I'd be willing to bet if you asked him, he's not doing it because he feels pressured to do it. He's doing it because he wants to. Because of the love he has for her. So, yeah. And unfortunately, as parents, sometimes, you have, you put a lot of effort and energy into your children, and it's not always due to the parenting that somebody turns out incapable of caring for themselves, let alone an aging parent. And you have to be careful not to feel responsible for that if you've done everything that you can. I will spin your whip wheel, but I'm so close, Puffles, to finishing ripping this out. I hope you understand why I'm not doing it yet. Yeah, these are important things to work through. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a licensed mental health professional. But I have been through some of that stuff and I understand. And if you're struggling with it, please find out what kind of help you can get because it is worth it to do that work and to recover from it. So you can let go of that stuff and move forward in your life. It's really important. You do not need to be imprisoned by that stuff. You don't have to live trapped by it. It can take a lot of time and hard work, and it's unfortunate because, you know, if somebody else's actions caused that for you, it's very frustrating. But if you can take care of your mom, you'd make that choice to do so because you do not want her going to unregulated assisted living and or a nursing home that is not adequately staffed, etc. But it is a tough choice to make and consider. You still plan on moving to another country that will have a safety net in place to help elderly. And if your mom is open to it, you're willing to move her to said country when that time comes. Yeah, they're going to be picking the nursing home you get stuck in. So how you treat your kids when raising them matters. Yeah. You believe as parents that it's our job to help our children be the best version of themselves they can possibly be. Yes. Just don't break out the Jarlick around him, dude. He gets so triggered by the Jarlick. Wholly and unapologetically themselves. Yes, Jaded, I agree. You honestly don't care. Either way, you did it to be funny. Yeah. Your mom is thinking of retiring to go help your grandma, and you think that's lovely, but you don't think you would do that if you were in her position. It's a huge decision to make to stop her life in that way. Your dad's already been getting his stuff together, so what you went through with your mom doesn't happen with him. Yeah, that's good. Look at all this progress. Oh, God. Backwards progress? I mean, I guess that is, you know, we can't do it until I undo it, so. I haven't ripped the Ada yet. We're not done, though. That's why it's taking so long, because I'm being extra cautious so I don't rip the Ada. Do you use a seam ripper, Duo, Pix? Do you guys use a seam ripper when you do this, if you have to rip out, like, a large section? Or do you pick it out with a needle? Because I think it was Kat was saying, like, I'm too scared to use a seam ripper. Needle or scissors for you, depending on how big an area you're frogging. You just use a needle. Depends on if you can find your seam ripper. Anyway, in your 30s and beyond, you're thankful you've been able to afford. Yeah, it really is. And you might tell yourself, like, oh, I don't want to be a big baby. Like, my life hasn't been, you know, terrible. What do I need therapy for? Don't do that to yourself. If a therapist is a good quality therapist, they're there to help you, and everybody has stuff they've been through that's hard, and if you feel like it would help you, trying it is, I think, important and smart, and like you said, Maz, that's a really good way to put it, an investment in yourself. I haven't gone in a long time, but I've gone, and I think it is important, and I think that it should exist and be available to people if they want it. Oh my God, I'm almost finished ripping this out. How funny would it be if it lands on this again? Which is, you know, highly unlikely, but possible. Ew, it's Conan? Yeah. Ew, heck, Conan? Are y'all ready for me to teach Pix something? The tables are going to be turned. Turnt. That's what our group DM says. Turnt Tunisian. Now, Pix, I'm just gonna ask you. I'm just gonna have to ask you to not use such brute force. You know, we all know you're out here breaking hooks and hearts, and you go ahead and keep breaking those hearts, but maybe relax your grip on the hook, okay? Hashtag Pix Daddy for Amvaz Zaddy. Can I get some hashtag Pix Daddy for Ambaz Zaddies in the chat, please? He's gonna kill me.
Ooh, 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 ayo.
Yeah. Thank you, go. I will delete them all. Look. Like it never happened. Actually, the Ada doesn't look too bad. I'm good. I'm glad. It doesn't look too bad. I can see where I did the work right there, but Daddy Pig, you got me meowing, Catty Pigs.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh.
Did someone say hook? Pirates are very experienced with the use of hooks. Also sea shanties. And communicating with fair.
Yep, it was just right here. I love you, Pix. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom, and we have an ad break coming. I'll be right back, and then we'll spin the whip wheel again for Puffles.
Cheer dancing. My legs hurt so bad from all the squats.
Sir, your sonnet set the alert level to DEFCON 5. Please refer to the operations manual for further
I love you,
instructions.
May. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Here, I'll do my best impression of the, like, underpass. You know, the highway underpass dancing. You earned it.
Ooh.
See, subs get snapped.
This is what a normal piece of pizza is supposed to look like. Look at that abomination. Actually not.
Get out of the way!
Actually not an abomination.
They're trying to watch me suffer!
Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? You got to pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. Pump it up.
Yes.
All right, Linus. I'll see your eyebrows and I'll raise you a nostril flare.
What? What is this pinned message? Teach me, I thought it said touch me at first. Teach me, glorious senpai of the influential universe.
Somebody just donated $1,000 to St. Jude to our campaign.
Wow. Thank you, Robot Wizard, for the 300 bits, and Brickman, thank you for the 1 bit.
Who has committed this crime?
If I spin this cross-stitch piece again, you'd say that's a lottery ticket for sure for someone.
Moo moo.
Oh, that's okay, Brickman. Thank you so much. Every little bit help.
It is courtesy of our $500 milestone.
Oh my god! About 45 seconds left on the ad break. Let me make sure I'm set up here to spin this wheel.
What?
You complete me. I love you.
Spinning the wheel.
You're taking the computer. What's wrong?
All right, 30 seconds left on the ad break. So it hit the Starlight cross stitch last time.
Everyone should go to Twitter and tweet at Twitch and tell them they should make Pix an ambassador with the hashtag PixDaddy4Ambassador. Or I will put a bucket helmet over your head.
Ambassador. Ambassador. Okay, ready? Oh, it almost landed on Gengar. Almost landed on Gengar. Okay. This is a project, but it's clean now. It's clean. So that is the good news, and we have a blank slate, which is a good thing, right? We've got a blank slate, and I can still see like where to start and stuff. So that's over there. And this is, let me see if I can find this thing. A project I started for myself a long time ago. And I never work on things that are for myself. Not very often, anyway. I don't even know where this pattern is, but I figured out the repeats. So this yarn is a really beautiful fingering weight yarn. And I believe I was using this hook at 3.5 millimeter. So my a friend of mine that I've known for, gosh, going on 30 years now, I have known my friend. She dyes yarn and dyed this beautiful, it's a wool, it's superwash wool, and I want to say this one might have here. I can find out. Well, the issue is, you know what? I wrote a review of this yarn. I wonder where it is in here. Pretty sure I wrote a review of this yarn. Ah, Merino Silk. This is someone else's review, but my friend is a very, very cool, like, artsy. Her stuff has all got really crazy names and, like, really cool descriptions. Like, this is her description. It starts out with lyrics from a Bauhaus song. She had nut-painted arms that were hers to keep, and in her fear she sought cracked pleasures. The passion of lovers is for death, said she. Licked her lips and turned to feather. Like, you know? Thanks, Invisible. It's called Passion of Lovers, but if we're honest, some things are best enjoyed all by ourselves. Passion of Lovers is a repeatable, wildly variegated swirl of fuchsia, bright reds, bruised violet, lavender, pale pink, flaming, and burnt up oranges, and blood. Like, the rose and the fire are one. I can't. I'm like, yes, I want that, please. Now this says 2.0 to 2.75 millimeter hook. Maybe mine is a DK. Maybe this isn't. It's this colorway, but it could be a different. Wondering now. I mean, that's a visual. Hold on a second. It might be in my purchases on this profile. I have purchases that came from other places, but it's going to be pretty far back because I've had a lot of pattern purchases since then, not to mention other things. There's a purchase from Mike. The BMO watercolor. Did I not buy this on this profile? That's weird. Pattern. Oh, here it is. Vesper. 70 20 10. I knew it. I was like, this is not no, stop it. Superwash Blue-Faced Leicester Silk Cashmere. Is it just not gonna let me look at this listing? How weird. So it does say it's a fingering weight yarn though. But for this pattern, I'm pretty sure I was using a 3.5 millimeter hook. It doesn't seem to be working up differently from how it's supposed to. So, hi DJ. Did you guys know that DJ was nominated for Charity Streamer of the Year for the Gamehers, and you should vote for DJ and Blapple and anyone else that you know who might be nominated for an award for the Gamehers. And that I love you, DJ. And I'm happy that you got nominated for that. It's pretty awesome. Oh, yeah, it is. They do hold their awards show in Atlanta. So are you going to be able to maybe go to it in person, perhaps? That would be cool. Well, you know, I know that sometimes it takes other people telling us these sort of things for us to do them, but you should set like a tip goal for people to maybe help you be able to afford the cost, because you should be able to go to something like that in person. If you want to. I don't know. Maybe it's not important enough to you. But could be fun. Yeah. Listen, I'm just so happy that you both got nominated. I think the world of you both. And I think it's cool that we can vote for more than one person. So you guys can vote for them both. You do not have to choose. What is he borking his face off at? I don't think you should feel anxiety about it. But, you know. I also suffer from the same thoughts sometimes, but I know that it makes people happy to help broadcasters be able to do stuff like that. And that's, you know, it's one of the ways that you can help people understand how they're helping you. Is to set like tip goals and stuff. So, you know, try and talk yourself out of that type of thought. Because, you know, these things cost money. And another thing is that if you are looking for assistance with such costs, there are often organizations that specifically have things like grants. I know for women and femmes in esports and broadcasting and all of that 1,000 Dreams Fund, you can apply for a 1DF broadcast her grant to cover the cost of attending cons and things like that. If you don't ask, you don't get. It's true. And it is hard. You know, I think we all are very self-conscious, a lot of us, of not wanting to seem as though we don't appreciate what's already been offered and all of that. I am probably going to set a tip goal, and maybe some, you know, some sub stuff would be fun. But I'll be setting a tip goal for birthday because it is more, I keep more of your funds. And I love Twitch, and I love that people want to support streamers and the platform at the same time. And I love, you know, that people feel like that our emotes are worth it, the broadcast is worth it, etc. I'm waiting until the week of birthday through partnerversary to set any of that stuff up because I don't want people to feel like it is just a constant ask. And I am super appreciative and incredibly grateful for any and all support, including just being in here. So you don't have to apologize. You don't need to apologize for not being able to do financial stuff. Donna! The Chaos Awards, Cat, you were nominated. You weren't just nominated. You dominated, Cat. What does that mean? What are you doing?
Waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. Something's waiting in the bushes of love.
Oh wait, is there a rubber chicken cover of Whip It Good? I feel like there's a rubber chicken cover of just about everything now. Wow. Whip It Devo cover by the Fantastic Plastics. We got devolved for one night on Twitch. The algorithm has me figured. I know these people. I've been to their channel before. Am I following them already? I feel like I am. No. Official Twitch stream for the Fantastic Plastics. A neo new wave cyberpunk band sent here from where? From where? It doesn't say. Where were they sent here from? Another dimension. I had to go into their about. Find us on Spotify and everywhere else. Hey, follow nerds. All of those things are true, DJ. Now you have to pay, listen, here's the thing, okay? Okay, Donna, you have to understand. Here's the thing you need to understand. I let my kids play on my Steam account. I've been thinking lately I need to get them their own Steam accounts, but I'm not sure if they're allowed to have them till they're 13. I don't know how that works. Probably, I would imagine they're allowed to have them. So just so if you see me, quote unquote, on, it's probably not me. They need to be 13. You waited until 18. They play TF2 on there, and they don't voice chat or anything with anybody. Oh, okay, yeah, I am supposed to... Wait. Yeah. Supposed to... double crochet decrease into the top of that stitch and... Did I do that right? I don't think I did. There we go. Oh man, that's way too fast. You do not need to be going that fast. I hate how fast people drive here sometimes. That sounded like it was like a motorcycle or a moped though. So like you are taking a huge risk driving that fast on a... There are family accounts with Steam that parents can add and manage to their account, you believe. You never ran into them, but your account existed before the kid, so you... Oh, okay. Hi, Reezer. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, that's right. See, I looked at that for 2 seconds and you just reminded me. Donna being in here and DJ and all that, all of our Starlight friends, our Stream Stars friends. Oh, man. Yeah, there's no way. I can't do any of these slots anymore. Wait, what's 2100 in... So that's 1800, which is 6. Yeah. Yep, I don't think I can do any of these times that are left for this raid train. I didn't get to it fast enough. There are all the ones that I could probably do are already snatched up. I can't do 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, yay! Oh, I'm so happy, RC. I am so happy. No, for Starlight, there's a thing they asked me to do, a raid train. I think it might be for people who are ambassador, like past year's ambassadors and current ambassadors. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like publicly available to everyone. Oh, maybe I could do that one. So that would be Friday night. Hi, Reese. How's it going? Trying thought experiments in your mind? In your mind. Okay. All right. 9 to midnight, Friday, March 8th. Toya. How are you, Toya? Because that's, okay, midnight to 3 in the morning is Eastern, is 9 to midnight my time. I can do that. I can do 9 to midnight. I can't do midnight to 3 or 3 to 6 my time. That's crazy. I wonder if Amish saw this. Pretty much the only time he could do now, I need to message him. Hey, Rasta. Sorry. Important conversation with a friend. Because I can tell that he's going to be bummed if he doesn't. Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool. I almost put this totally isn't 9 filling this out for Amish. We're just same time zone, and so I know his stream schedule because we're friends. So I'm like, he's gonna be real bummed if he doesn't at least have the option to do this. So, like, he might have been able to swing. He might have been. So I took the other slot that he could do because that's really like the only one left that I can do. So his choices would have been Friday or Saturday from that time slot for his regular times. I can manage an evening stream on the weekends. I can be like, yo, Hubs, I'm doing an evening stream. He's all about it. In fact, last night, he was like, what are you doing in bed? I was like, what do you mean? Yes, but I think that it is limited to people who are current or past ambassadors. I'm not 100%. But I knew that he would want to be able to have the opportunity to do it. So, yeah, it's... Anyways. But you can sign up now. Registration is already open. They are challenging all of us as a community of Starlight supporters, not our team, but all of Starlight, all of the people who stream for Starlight. They are challenging us to see if we can raise 50,000 in 50 hours. And I believe there are some incentives for that for everyone. So this, I think it was by invitation only, but this is awesome. So, how can you help with that, right? How can you help? How can you help if you can't be part of the raid train? Chat? How can we help? Outside of donations, of course. Outside of donations, which is very, very helpful, obviously. But I'm saying, how can we help? Be in chat. That's definitely huge. You can join the train, visiting the train, watching the train, sharing the train, raiding into people on the train if you're already streaming. No! I mean, Ian, only if you happen to have another house. You have like so many houses, you don't know what to do with them, and we're helping you. And that would be so generous and so kind because you could still do plenty of other things with that money. Like, okay, Bill Gates. Funny TTS comments supporting the charity drive. There you go, Robot Wizard. But like, I'm talking about How can you increase the chances of even more people seeing the fundraiser? I'm talking about sharing the socials posts about it of your friends who are participating, rating in if you're a streamer, hanging out and being there and staying for the next stop on the train, popping in and seeing who else is on the raid train, even if you don't already know them, because all of that is super helpful. Super duper helpful. And if you didn't do 12 days, but you've been interested in fundraising for Starlight, please talk to me. I am happy to help you in whatever way that I can. If I can't answer your question or provide the help that you need, we will learn together. I will point you in the appropriate direction. There is a Discord with a bunch of super helpful people. Devin from Starlight, which is the hot dish. Tara Starlight. We have a bunch of them that pop into our channel all the time. They are so sweet and so kind and very eager to help you and responsive. And if you have any questions at all, they would be glad to answer them. If you have questions for me, like, regarding what it's like to work with them, I'm pretty much telling you right now, but, I'm happy to provide whatever feedback you'd like to hear from me, as well as, some basic instruction on how to get a campaign set up if you need help with that. Tiltify is pretty easy to use, and you do not need to do... Yes, I believe they're challenging the entire community to raise the 50,000 before the end of the weekend for the event. I believe that's the idea. But this raid train is to try to bring more attention to that, from what I understand. All streamers are encouraged to help them reach that 50K goal starting on March 8th and running through that weekend. So, don't feel badly. I believe this is limited to people who are ambassadors and former ambassadors. Well, I mean, I think once an ambassador, always an ambassador. But they have like a class every year. And so I'm class of 2023-2024, along with Amish and Blacklight, 2 other members of our stream team for Starlight, as well as a ton of other really awesome people. Seabus Rockstar, who's been coming in here and sharing all the cross-stitch stuff with us. Dynamite Twins, who we know from various charity stuff and because they're just cool people and who I got to meet at TwitchCon. Car seems to be fixed, knock on wood. Okay. Basically, the idea is to try to drum up some excitement about it during that first weekend. You can fundraise for this event anytime from the start of it to the end of March. But if all you can do is 1 day of fundraising, that is awesome. Any amount of time and energy that you decide you would like to devote to this cause will be so appreciated by Starlight staff, by the hospitals they serve, and especially by the families, by the kids and their families. So please, please, please reach out to me if you're interested. March is just around the corner, but there's still plenty of time to plan and prepare. You gotta lurk. I love you. I'm excited for the tournament and for learning some Tunisian. Please make sure everybody that you're following Kim. Kim is one of those folks that is a really great friend of the channel who I would recommend to you no matter what, but is, in my opinion, partner material. And we've all been chanting it for some time now, but we got to do the thing and be there in Kim's channel when she's streaming. Kim for part nerd. Did you think you were getting out of here without this happening? That's cute. That's very cute. Get shouted out. I did it myself. We love you. Please do the thing. Kim's channel is so much fun. Everyone in there is really fun and funny, and lots of crafting stuff and some games, and very community oriented, very community focused. Little song and a little dance. And also Canadian. They named themselves the community. Yes. Don't forget the dancing. Always dancing. Way better dancer than me. Not that that is hard. That bar is set very low, but Kim is an excellent dancer. I am not. And it's okay. I don't care. I enjoy it. That's not me insulting myself. I still do it. I still have fun. You don't have to be good at something, quote unquote, to enjoy it. And you can choose to work hard at getting better at something that you are not that great at. I kind of started doing it in college when I thought I was still going to do like theater for a living. I was terrible and I didn't care. And I took ballroom and I took it again. And I took tap and I took it again and again and again and again. I took 4 semesters of tap dance. I know, yes, we do have a date. We have a date. I took 4 semesters of tap dance. And you know, I have to say too, the teacher was relentless. He was definitely going to let you know if he thought you were doing an okay job or whatever. And you know, at first I could tell he was like, "Oh dear God, what am I going to do with this girl?" He was like, "Oh dear Lord." And I was like, "I'm sorry." And he used to get up in front of the class and he would yell at everybody about like, he'd be like, "I know all y'all would just knocking back your margaritas all summer long." And he was just like, it was very sassy. And he would get on everybody's case. But it was in like this positive way, right? You know, it wasn't really meant to like make you feel badly. He was just kind of, you know, giving everybody a hard time. And that's an LA culture thing too. This whole focus on, you know, not just that you learn to dance, but teasing us about having indulged in too many margaritas over the summer. You just remember jazz squares and grapevines. Your husband can try dancing all he wants. He still has 2 left feet and no rhythm, and you love him anyways. Yeah. And I think some of us can learn. It just takes us a whole heck of a lot longer than, you know, the average person. Or, you know, if somebody's good at dance, they can just look at somebody and copy them perfectly right away. That's not me. I can't do that. Yeah, swing dancing is super fun. I did tap. I did 4 semesters of tap, and I did 2 semesters of ballroom. And I got better. But I certainly, like, wasn't anywhere near, like, the top of my class or anything. But a lot of the people in my classes had instruction, you know, a good part of their lives. So, or at least some instruction prior. And I enjoyed it nonetheless. And that teacher even pulled me aside to tell me after the 2nd semester of tap what a vast improvement he had seen. You know, so don't give up on yourself. If you want to learn something like that and you feel like it's a major struggle, you know, that is okay. It's not, you should not feel like you're not allowed to do it. Or your mother did competitive ballroom dancing. Very cool. I'm so impressed by people that have those kinds of skills. It's wild to me. I would not count myself among the lucky folks that have natural rhythm and stuff. And no problem, DJ. Thank you. But Tanari, I can't believe you're still here. Thank you. Or maybe you left a lurk and came back. You've done ballet, tap, jazz. We did square dancing when I was in school, and this is one of those things I remember where, like, even at the time, I don't feel like it really bothered me as much, but when I remember it, I like feel badly for myself. Nobody wanted to partner up with me, so I ended up sometimes being the odd kid out, and would have to wait to like do it again or something, or I would have to pair up with another girl and be the boy or what have you. And like, it is what it is. And I think, partly I would just still choose to try to have fun. I feel bad from the outside for myself. Does that make sense? Okay, Tanari, thank you again for rating earlier. You're awesome. You're doing another stream, huh? Broken ankle doing dance. Oh, geez. Your friend taught those. She stopped due to injuries a few years ago. So I did show choir in high school, and I struggled so badly with the choreography, and I felt like everyone was just staring at me going like, why can't she get it? It's hard when you're good at the one part, which is the singing. Hey, Nabnia, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How's it going, everybody? Nabnia, how was your stream? Thanks for bringing people by. I really appreciate you. Welcome in, raiders. If you've not been here before, I am 9.5, and I'm called that because I'm missing half a finger on my right hand. You were terrible in marching band? Like, you mean at the marching part? Or, whatever. But, like, aren't you glad you did it, though? Yeah. I was glad that I didn't really have to do a lot of marching band. Jammy Braddock, thank you very much. Moya Senpai, hello, welcome in. We were just talking about senpais. We summoned you, Moya. Chill stream, always nice. Gotta run to get your girls, no worries. I appreciate you. I understand completely having to raid and run. I do not have that issue myself today because, long story short, a bunch of my students for my after school theater teacher job had a bunch of work they needed to make up. And so I was gonna lose enough of them today that it didn't make sense to have practice. So thank you for the raid, and we'll see you again soon. Readers, if you're hanging out after Nabnia's taken off here, we appreciate you. I do a lot of crochet on the stream. Sometimes I game. Been streaming for 5 years. We do a lot of charity stuff. We were actually just talking about getting ready for Mario Day stream, spring stream for Starlight. I'm a Starlight ambassador. I've also fundraised for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, 1000 Dreams Fund, Stand Up to Cancer, tons of different organizations. Charity's a big part of what we do here. I have a theater degree, so things do get a little chaotic in here and a little bit wild occasionally. Kind of depends on how everyone's feeling that day, I guess. I'm a mom of 3. I have 2 cats. 2 cats, 3 dogs. No, get out of here. Get out of your pics. We do try to keep it PG-13. Even with pics holding a sword in here. The marching part and the playing part. You just wander around trying to make sure you were in the right place without playing. I was okay with the playing, but I had to be sitting down. Marching a bassoon was hard. We have a raid video for you, Nabnia Raiders, because it is important that you do get a little bit of a preview, and we're going to snooze these ads. Get a little bit of a preview of what it's like around here. We call this a warning-tisement. Equal parts warning label and advertisement. This helps you understand just how obsessed we are with our rubber chickens and our fart noises. I'm freaking out right now. I'm fangirling. You have no clothes on. No. Get supported, nerd. No flipping way. You didn't do it. Thank you for the dollar bills for the kiddos. Thank you so much, everybody. We talked about this. I mean, you can cook steak in a dryer, but do you want to? And when the fat renders off of the steak, does it create a fire hazard? I'm sorry, I'm a mother. I can't help but think about these things immediately. So this is a game to you guys, huh? What? She do it so hard! There's people out here with reputations at stake. Yes, indeed. I rejected and refunded it for you. I refunded you your points. I heard it in my head. No, I hear it. You guys don't. I hear it. There's just the only source on that scene is the raid video so that you guys can't do that and ruin Ruru's beautiful video. We have an ad starting now in about 3 minutes. We do 3-minute blocks of ads once an hour. So around once an hour, a little bit more frequent than that. That way, the pre-rolls are turned off and there's like even a buffer in case we do need to snooze a few times. So for example, it says to me that there's 9.5 minutes until pre-rolls are back on. So when this ad runs, it'll buy us even more time. And people basically never get a pre-roll when they come in just randomly. Unfortunately, occasionally it does line up with a raid, which is too bad. But there's no way I could predict that. So what I try to do is run them just a little bit more frequently than once an hour to ensure that they are turned off in case someone comes in brand new to the channel. I was in their recommended. They were browsing Makers and Crafting or whatever other category I happen to be in. So thank you for staying through them. If you don't have a sub, it does support the channel. Again, ads in roughly 2 minutes. Eyes, Strimmer. What did you want me to do, Puffles? We want to show them the video. Did we want them to wait through 3 minutes of ads before we showed them the video to try to, like, you know, hook them, Puffles? You know, maybe it scared them all off. I don't know. It's totally fine if that's the case, because you know what? If you can't make it through that video, then I don't know if this is the place for you. And that is okay. Yes.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh.
Get hooked, Raiders.
Te tocaré la canción. La canción de mi gente. Va a ser.
I'm starting to wonder if I did use a larger hook for the rest of this project. It's hard to tell. And it's been so long and I can't find the pattern. I have no idea what pattern I was using. Robot Wizard, thank you for the 300 bits, which is how you can use the AI voices in the TTS. Unless you hang around and stock up on channel points. You can also do it that way. Hi, Mrs. G's. How are you? It's really lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. Happy time zone. And Chef John. Hi, Chef John. Ads starting pretty soon here. Thank you for staying through them if you don't have a sub. I do appreciate it. I've made it to the end of a row here, so I think I'm going to stop working on this. I love it. I could keep going. I need to finish this. There's so many things I need to finish that I need to put in my shop. I'm so bad at updating my shop.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Nope.
That's Conan. Don't mind him while you're here. That is 9 processing things. Totally normal. That was me. Keep it PG. You've been warned.
Bruh.
I know. Rules are rules, though. Now I'm hungry. Stop that.
All right. Hi, Lil Ally. How are you? Wow. Thank you. That was a masterpiece. See, he can give you a run for your TTS there, Robot Wizard. I love you.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh.
Shouldn't have. Had the.
This is why I never could have made it on SNL, except, I mean, Jimmy Fallon. What?
DJ Jaina purchased
No
Pogmug
way,
present less than free.
DJ! No way, you guys, DJ just did it. Everybody, listen up. DJ Jaina. How dare you support a nerd by giving away a Pog mug? You have approximately a minute and a half to enter this giveaway. Chat type exclamation point enter. In a world where people think my face is cool, apparently. And for some unknown reason, a mystery to us all, they want to have it on a mug. Drink out of my face. Do they have barbecue lighters on Fourth Wall? Mean muggin' since 1979. I don't know what's happening. You have about 30 seconds left to type exclamation point enter in the chat. This dramatic music brought to you by Epidemic Sound. Hashtag not sponsored. Pick! One of these days, I'm gonna get you to type it. Pix is extra spicy today. Must be why we're doing all the Taco Bell memeing. Who is it? Donna! Let's go! Donna! Keyboard 60! Congratulations, Donna. Thank you so much, DJ. You did not need to do that. You won! You get a Pog mug. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's very kind. All the hype. Aw, Robot Wizard with the lemur hype. I love that email. I love lemurs. All right. DJ, you're so kind. I really appreciate it. Baloney Factory, how are you? Thank you. Unstable one, what's going on? All right, Prancer Pesh, hello. And congratulations, and look at that. Donna's lightning fast with that redemption. Thank you, Donna.
60 purchased Pogmug.
DJ, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. You can purchase gifts to be raffled off to people in chat while we're live on our Fourth Wall. And if you are a fellow broadcaster and you've not yet signed up for Fourth Wall and you've thought about it, it's really awesome for a lot of reasons. It's very like, what's the word I'm looking for here? It has a lot of different features, not just merchandise. You can offer to sell things that are completely, I sell handmade stuff on mine. You can order something from another company and you fulfill it. Or you can use their print on demand services, which are pretty awesome. And the quality has been good so far across the board. I have no real complaints. One tiny issue with a lid for that insulated tumbler, the coffee tumbler. The lid's a bit on the brittle side. But other than that, I've had a very good experience with them. So please consider using them for your own merchandise and or for the memberships, which you can use their memberships like similar to Patreon. I think they are honestly kind of, and especially if you're using it with Live Space, it could be considered a good, alternative to Patreon if for some reason you want an alternative to Patreon. I know a lot of people who love using Patreon, and I'm not knocking it. They do charge some fees that I think some people would maybe prefer not to pay so many fees, but yeah, this is a cow. I can't decide. Is this a lemon cookie cow? Chat, will you help me? I can't decide what to do. Cow question mark. Thank you so much, DJ. You rock. Lemon cookie. Lemon meringue. Banana. Yeah, lemon shortbread, lemon cookie, whatever. So this pattern, another giveaway. Oh no, not the whatever sticker.
Get supported nerd.
Oh God, okay. We're doing it again, chat. We're doing it again. Once again, back for a second time. Nothing can stop chat. Type exclamation point enter for your chance to win a whatever sticker from the Fourth Wall. No idea what we're talking about? Have you seen this emote? It's a still of that. When they put GIFs on emotes, somebody please call me because I want to be the first person to have a GIF on a sticker. I mean, now that's not what you do. You type the exclamation point like this, but without the quotations. Nobody knows whether or not the capitalization makes a difference. You might as well do it. Scream enter in the chat! Animated stickers, that's what I'm talking about. I wish that was a thing. Can somebody please make that? Thank you. I'm not talking about holograms. I'm talking about an actual GIF on a piece of merchandise. How cool would that be? Make it so. Ian, you troll. You have approximately 45 seconds to enter this giveaway. Thank you, Swolemads. You barely hit that. Wow! Mirror Mask! Let's go, Mirror Mask! Woo! GG's! Yes! Do it! Mirror Mask. You know what to do. Type, not type, but click the, how come I get, oh, it's already pinned. You're too fast for me, mods. Thank you. I love you. I'm surprisingly on key. Oh. Okay, that's enough of that.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Exactly.
Ayo.
you know, I don't want to give you too much. Get you guys all whipped up into a frenzy with my singing skills. What's funny is you've been listening to epic music lately, so this is not far up. What won the poll? I wasn't paying any attention. Lemon cookie. Lemon cookie it is. Thanks, chat. Thank you for your help. I can't decide. Sometimes I can't decide on mine. Nine's cross-eyed form is her most on-key self-true story. Yeah, that's exactly. This is not even my final form until I cross my eyes. You know, that's when it happens. You know, some people close their eyes really, you know, like get that look out there, the stank face, you know. This is my stank face right here. All right. Thank you so much, Maz. That's very sweet. I really appreciate it. I see how it is. Baloney Factory also has Art and Jest hypees. This is you will be assimilated. Pretty much we're assimilating. There you go, Mirror Mask. Thank you for redeeming your prize so quickly. We love to see it. Thank you, Maz. Your kindness is very much appreciated. Your generosity. Thank you. So stanky. It's totally going on your art book. Oh, God. Yes. I have magnets of the same design because I don't know. Do they do magnets on Fourth Wall? I didn't even look. Art and Jest hypees. What? We do love them. I love when it gets just all wonky in there. Do you like the cow? It's very cute. All right. It needs a cookie and a heart. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you.
This is not a train, it's a lamp and it's on fire.
Oh, man. You've been holding on to it, huh? You guys all been holding on to it? Here we are. Here's a hype train, everybody. Choo choo. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was really good. No, Ian, but why? Oh my God. Thank you for Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much, Unstable One. Thank you for the 669 bits. You couldn't choose 666. Mirror, thank you. You couldn't choose 667, both of which have funny alerts, cool alerts. It just has to be 669. You guys are supposed to save all of this for the 29th through the 4th. You know that, right? Thank you. Mirror, thank you for the 100 bits. 1% of level 2 if you guys complete a level 3 hype train. Serving up some delicious dryer steaks. You get paid again before then. DJ, I love you. And I will be thankful for... Now, listen, here, now,
has gifted a tier 1 sub to MS Magikarp. They have given
138
gift subs in the channel.
This? You love this? Face? Here? This one? But why? There is an apron. And there will never be an apron with my face on it. There's already enough of my face in that in the 4th wall. There's so much of my face. It's excessive. Like, it's way over the US RDA of my face. It's approaching catastrophic level of my face. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Your apron came in. I hope you're enjoying it. I've heard the quality is pretty good. I'm happy that everybody seems to like the quality of the apron. That's more what I'm concerned with than anything else. But is there a steak in the dryer? Not currently. I think I told you guys 10K subs. 10K subs. And I will do it. I will purchase a dryer and I will purchase a steak and we will cook that steak in that dryer. I am making that wholly unreachable for a reason, okay? 10,000 subs, I'll cook a steak in the dryer. Not Robot Wizard.
Not Robot Wizard purchased dryer steak apron present.
Sure. Sure. Not Robot Wizard. Not Robot Wizard. If not Robot Wizard, then who? Then who was it? The mystery to end all mysteries. The most poignant story of our time. Who bought the steak in the dryer apron? Maybe this question shall never be answered. But one question remains. Who will win this steak in the dryer apron? Will it be you? Will it be Mrs. G's Crafties, Aster Dragon, Unstable One, Baloney Factory? There's only one way to know. Maybe it could be you. Type exclamation point enter. Do it now. You have about 45 seconds. Chris, I'm doing well. I hope you are also doing well. Mars Master wishes to win. Are there any challengers? Ms. Magikarp, congratulations on your gift sub. Maybe this is your day, Ms. Magikarp. Maybe today is the day you buy a lottery ticket, Ms. Magikarp, and you finally win. I've never heard so many perfectly timed farts. It happens a lot in here. What is your secret? What is your secret? Thank you for the hype trade. What is your secret, Ms. Magikarp? Inquiring chatters would like to know.
An inquiring chatter.
I was waiting to see if you'd clear that one. I didn't do it yet. You guys like this Wheel of Whips too much. Excuse me. Dear Lord, I'm so sorry. That's what you get. That's what you get, chat. I wish the reverb had been on for that. That would have been cool. Bangs table. Spin that wheel. You guys like this too much. You like it too much. All right. Only if I have a bubbly water in front of me. Hey, Hey, Ghost Stomp. Thank you guys for the hype train. Lambo, thank you for 31 months. Oh, and we need to do one for unstable one. You get your first chicken squeeze. Ms. Magikarp, congratulations on winning that dryer steak apron.
Joyous steak apron.
Totally not from Robot Wizard. Thank you so much, you guys, for the purchases in Fourth Wall. Really, it's pretty awesome. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ready? Unstable one, thank you so much for deciding that this nonsense, these shenanigans are worth investing in with actual cold, hard cash. It confuses me. I'm not going to lie. I still don't understand why any of you think that this place is worth doing that in, but it's okay. And I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know if it is for me to understand. Okay? I'm not sure if it is for me to understand. And then SAS Lambo coming in with 31 months. I think Lambo should have a blue chicken. You should have a blue chicken. And yes, I am. I am going to squeeze this chicken 31 times. So if you do not want to hear me squeeze this chicken 31 times, you should mute the stream. Yes? No! The bits goes. Thank you, Lambo. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you.
Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep. I'm a sheep.
How you doing today? What's going on? What are you up to?
Now listen up here. This is the mod speaking here, see? Round these parts we love chickens. We love gas. But most of all, we love you.
Aww. No. I love you. I love you more. I love you more. I will not be taking any further questions. Sorry. Dang, Ghost. What are you talking about, Ghost? What's going on over there? Are you good? Oh, crud. I need polyfill. Actually, you know what? I might have to put polyfill in my throne. Because I'm going to need a lot more polyfill probably to finish this Gengar. It's ridiculous. It's redonkulous. Redonkulous. Ghost's hips are clearly not lying. Am I right? Oh my god. Enable the gift suggestions. I thought I already did that. Yeah. I did that already, Throne. Thank you, though. £6.5 box. Guess how much a 25-pound box is? Guess how much a 25-pound box is, you guys? No, Robot Wizard. Good guess, though. It's a funny number. You were close, Puffles. $69.97. Yep, Lambo. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, man, I tell ya. Wait, when I put it in, it went to 20-pound. Oh, I see. It's giving me options for sizes. Oh, wait. Okay. That's a lot of polyfill, and I don't think I'll need all of it to finish the Gengar, but yeah, it's a big box. It's a very big box, Lotus. What's up, Birion? How are you? I am not making an albino octopus, but good guess. Considering, you considered asking if I knew where to find the secretly cheap polyfill. This was just searching for it on Throne, so I'm assuming it's coming from Amazon. Probably. It doesn't say. I just searched for polyfill and it put it in, it like gave me options for different sizes of polyfill. It does not specify. I just searched for it on the Throne website. Pix brought something to my attention with Throne. Pix is also a Throne partner. If you do payout, that is going to be considered income. Hi, Magic and Comic. How are you? You will receive a form at the end of the year from Throne showing how much money you've been paid by them, even though it was towards a gift. So it's something to consider. And typically it comes with more than one bag filled with polyfill. And And they're really packed in tight. And when you open the bag and pull them out, they're going to expand a lot. So, you know, like when you let air get in there, it's definitely going to be a lot. I had to stash some of them in my daughter's closet, some of it in my closet. You're painting the corners in the stairwell. How's it going with all that stuff? How much more do you have to do, Lambo, before you're done with all of your like renovations and stuff? Are you almost there? You guys have been doing that stuff forever. Forever. All right. How do I hide this? We don't know. You're the streamer. There we go. Found it. Oh, it's coming from Walmart, huh? After the paint just needs a carpet on the stairs. Oh, right. Awesome. Yeah, I've gotten a 25-pound box for pretty cheap. I'm going to say it was maybe right around this same price. And trim, I guess. Thank you guys for all the support for the channel. You know I appreciate it very, very much. Oh yeah, polyfill. That's why I stopped. Jeez. So I still have about maybe I want to say like a fifth of a bag. And they divided it up inside of the box, and who knows if it'll come this same way, into 2 10-pound bags and 1 5-pound. Yeah, unless you get a really great coupon, Baloney Factory, in the store, it's gonna be probably more expensive, unfortunately. And a lot of times, if it's something that much that you're buying that much, especially if you're gonna buy some other stuff, you'll probably get the free shipping. I have a shopping bag that like is where I keep the polyfill, so it's not just rolling around on the floor collecting dust. You think you've gotten lucky at Fabricland and that was about it? I'm stuffing what? Yeah. Listen. It's not what it sounds like. Okay? This is a free pattern on Ribbler. Anyway, changing the subject. Oh, wait, what am I doing? We go this way. So we got to turn it around. I had it backwards. Ooh, I can't remember if I'm supposed to decrease on this first. I think I am. Let me find it. It's a free pattern on Ribbler. Oh, no, 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 no. I didn't want to send a message to them. I thought the little envelope, the little paper plane, would mean I was sharing the link to it. I don't know. I don't know, Brian. Speaking of January birthday people, wait. Brian. 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 Brian.
Chicken attack!
That's Brian.
Mama!
Brian! Isn't today your actual birthday? Ah, your birthday! Happy birthday!
Mama!
Happy birthday, Brian!
Mama!
Brian? Brian?
Chicken attack!
Us late January folk, we're something else, aren't we? You, me, and Fred, all three of us are all the latter half of January. You bought your own health insurance today. You're a grown boy. But you're celebrating. Yes, you're celebrating on Saturday. What time do you start on Saturday? We have the Fortnite thing on Saturday. 12 p.m. Eastern. How long are you going for? Are you doing a longer stream? Get out of here, Smorf. Hi, Smorf. How are you? Listen! Do I have to take the gambling in the sound alerts away? It's not my fault. That seems to be the only thing that sound alerts wants to play when people do that. It's not true. It plays a lot of different things. Ryan, can I sing happy birthday to you when they're done?
Chicken attack!
It's my husband. I'll be right back. My legs hurt so bad from all the squats.
Sir, your somersault set the alert level to DEFCON 5. Please refer to the operations manual for further
I love you,
instructions.
May. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Here, I'll do my best impression of the, like, underpass. You know, the highway underpass dancing. You earned it.
All right. All right, everybody. Okay. So everyone, please just shut up and let me sing happy birthday to Brian. Okay? All right? And will you actually get your redeem? That's up to you, by the way, Brian. Whether or not you actually get your redeem this time is up to you, okay? No, I don't care. I'm happy to. I love it. I love doing this. I only want to do it if people want me to, though. Melon in the dark, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. How are you today? Thank you. Happy time zone. Okay. Only do it if the kids will cooperate. I mean, you know how this works. Okay, ready? And by kids, you mean Chad. Yes. Yep. All right, ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brian. Bricks O'Brien, Brian Saviano. Happy birthday to you. Ooh, 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 ayo. All right. How was that? Did you like that? Was it good? Happy birthday. I hope you have the best birthday ever. Give me the clipboard. I appreciate you. I'm glad you were born today. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And yes, please, everybody, go hang out with Brian on Saturday when he's doing his official birthday celebration on stream. I'm excited for you. This is your year, dude. This is your year. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air night. Check mark. We make a dream come true. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Pretty much. Hey, at least he waited. You know? He held it until then. That's what you meant by regularly scheduled program. I see. Now I understand. It's all becoming clear to me. Ooh, 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 ayo. Yep, exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, always. Like, uncomfortably long. I always do that every single time. In case you've not noticed, I always do everything too much. You know, like, why not? I do. I am genuinely impressed with Brian. I'm not going to go on forever. And I think you deserve success, friend. So I'll stop there because I don't want to make you uncomfortable. But I appreciate you. I'm glad you're here on Twitch. We have choices where we create our content. And for some people, maybe Twitch is not the best fit. Where are all of my stitch markers? Chat, what'd you do with my stitch markers? I had a whole container of them here on my desk. I found them. Give me the 5-minute monologue. Yeah. Where's my roses? Brian, what is your favorite animal? Is it a penguin? What is your favorite animal? Do you have a favorite animal? Or are you one of those people who doesn't like favorites, which is totally fine. I understand. It can be stressful for some people to decide on a favorite. It is a penguin. Cute. Penguins are cool. Mine is actually a lemur and not a chicken, surprisingly enough. I love lemurs. I think they're very cool. I don't know. I find primates in general fascinating. Probably because they are so close to us. But yeah. Penguins are heckin' cool. You might be sitting on them. Yeah. Yep. My kids are home. Richard! Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Ooh, you know what? My front door might be locked. They're like, Mom, we can't get in. Richard, thank you for the raid, friend. Welcome, readers. I'll be right back. Richard, how was your stream? I hope it was good. If you got to read and run, you know I totally understand. Hi, Terry. Hello, Andy. Welcome in. Thank you very much for bringing people over here. You were playing World of Warcraft and you were doing BSL singing. Oh, how cool, Richard. Aw, I'm sad I missed that. Please, everybody, give Richard a follow. Yeah, honey. Yes. Thank you for asking me first. She's asking me for a snack. Right after school is a good time. Not 5 minutes before dinner's going to be ready. Very cool. I really would love to come in and watch that. Do you keep the VODs up for that or no? I know. I'm looking forward to that too. I can't wait. Please give Richard a follow. So Richard and Connor, which is the Only Deaf Guy, sometimes stream from the cafe together on the Only Deaf Guy. And then Richard also streams from his account. And mostly, you do stream from the cafe too, but you also do gaming and, again, the signing and also building models and stuff like that. You need to put your VODs up. You know, careful with the stuff with copyrighted music, because, you know, they'll come for you. Did we do our raid board command yet? Not yet. Do you have, like a link tree or anything like that, Richard? Yeah, it is kind of silly. You know what they could easily do, Richard, is just create a plan on these services, particularly for the background music. They could have you fill out documentation, you know, and come up with like tiered plans based on your viewership or whatever. And you sign up for a plan and you pay a monthly or a yearly fee, and it's licensing for you to be able to use the music in the background or whatever. And they could have restrictions on it and all that stuff. And then they could make money and pay the artists, and we would get to use music, and everybody would win and be happy. But they don't do that because that would make too much sense. I'm sure That's not how RIAAMPAA works. I know, but right. But it could work that way if we changed some things. You know, that it could work that way. Yeah, honey? Oh, if it's cool stuff, nope. You see? Oh. Yeah, I'll look at it. I'll look at it in a bit. Truey! Thank you for the raid. Oh, yay, Truey. Thank you. Kitty Lily, welcome in. We raided you. Really? That's hilarious. That's a really good raid call. I love it. I'm making a ghost. What were you up to? Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. We just got raided by Richard. Yeah, Richard, I think, you know, that Twitch definitely needs to examine its policies regarding what kind of content is allowed. But I don't blame the people making the content when, you know, Twitch is saying certain things are allowed. I mean, it's hard. There's a huge discussion to be had there. I think that if they want people who want to create, you know, stuff that appeals to a broad audience, i.e. like PG-13, and I'm sorry we're in the middle of an ad when you guys read in. Now I need to... Hey, Roxy. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, for sure. So it just seems silly that there's not a way to make that happen for people where it can be beneficial to everyone. We're talking about getting DMCA'd for music and how they could come up with some way for us to be able to afford, you know, small creator licensing for the music for use for streams, but they just seem to refuse to want to do that. And, you know, something that would be approachable for people who have audiences that are smaller than, you know, being on national television and junk like that. Thank you, Truey. Truey is a fellow charity supporter, does a ton. Yeah, we're listening to Epidemic Sound. But I'm talking about being able to use like popular music and stuff. Because it's unfortunate. It's like, you know, that's one way people connect with each other's music, right? And I want the artists to get paid. But that's not who's even worrying about it anyways, most of the time. I mean, they are worried about it for sure. But you could even approach someone and be like, hey, can I use your music? And they could say yes. But then if the rights holders say no, then the discussion is over. So, right. Yep. Yeah. There's the ad break over. So if you came on the raid and you got an ad when you got here, thank you for staying through it and giving me a chance. I really appreciate it. This is an ad-supported platform, and I try the best I can to announce them when they're about to happen. We run 3-minute ad breaks once an hour-ish to keep pre-rolls turned off so that if you were to come in, not on a raid, but just, you know, wander in because I was suggested or you were browsing makers and crafting channels or whatever, you wouldn't get a pre-roll. So thank you for staying through them. What about the splitting audio going from... Yeah, I know. But then technically speaking, you could still probably, you know, technically speaking, you're still doing it. There's just no recorded evidence of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Your brain hurts. Your lab professor went over class time by 30 minutes and your brain hurts because he just crammed and threw stuff at you for almost 3 hours. That's a lot. No worries. I was just going to say, Truey, Richard, if you need to get going because you have somewhere to be, like your bed, I totally understand. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you. You got one for a home insurance company. Like, I'm a millennial. Like, I'll have a home. Oh, no. Listen, I'm not about to try and, like, give you any misguided... well-intentioned but misguided advice. But I will say this, Cactar Jack, I was in the same boat. I would probably be considered either an elder millennial or a Gen X. And it did happen for us eventually. And it did take kind of, you know, a chain of events that we couldn't have predicted. my husband ending up working like wild overtime during the pandemic, working for a chain grocery store, and made a ton of money. So we were able to qualify for an FHA, a first-time homebuyers assistance loan. It could happen. And you know what? Also, I would like to point out is that home ownership is great. And it also comes with a lot of responsibility, stress, and cost. You got to sell you got to sell you more books so you can get that FHA loan. And then there's a lot of strings attached to FHA loans. We were lucky also to be able to exit that agreement and get into a regular loan and not have to do the mortgage insurance. So, you know, there are benefits to renting, but I understand that it's not stable, and like they could just decide to evict you. And trust me, I was a renter for many years until like 3 years ago. And we were I feel very fortunate to be in the situation I'm in. So, you know, thank you guys for helping me pay my mortgage. I cannot express how grateful I am to you all that you make it so I don't have to go take a soul-crushing job. And I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. And for some people, they'd rather work a job they're not emotionally invested in and then do the other stuff on the side. And that is totally a valid choice as well. But I'm very appreciative of everybody here for the support. For a lot of reasons, including that, yes. Oh, but what account am I signing in on? Okay. I don't even know if I know all the information. Why do you smell like popcorn? Do you have popcorn? Do you have popcorn? Yeah, do you want me to sign you in on this PlayStation app? Where's the popcorn at? Make with the popcorn. You what? No, you still smell like it. There's no way. You have it in this house. He's lying. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He said, I'm just kidding. I didn't have any popcorn. I don't know what you're smelling. You're getting old. The audacity. That login is looking mighty hard to you. Yeah, I'm so old that I can't remember any of the login information for this thing that you want. Get out of here, Conan. He doesn't get a raise in he doesn't get an allowance. He doesn't get an allowance. You're not really complaining. You live in a high-rise in a city you like. You work from home for a job you don't hate. Oh. Cactar Jack, you know, I'm glad you can see the bright side of some of that. Fritos! That's what it is. Fritos. Texan, thank you for the follow. Oh, I know. Me too. I told my 13-year-old, I'm like, I had my first job. Stop it! You're making the camera stop focusing. Stop it. Not that it's like, this is so great that they need to see it in full detail. Knock it off! I'm not doing this until you knock it off. Punk. Oh, now it's locked. You have to unlock it. These children, they have no respect. I get no respect, I tell you. No respect. What? What difference does that make? That's not cool. We don't base respect or level of respect on... No, it doesn't matter. So that's different. That's feeling an affinity for someone. That's different. It is different. You can relate to him more, sure. butthead. You really didn't mean to bring things down. Oh, don't worry. No, that's okay. It was a while ago, and she'd hate to see you wallow away. That's actually a very healthy and positive attitude. But you're pretty good renting. I mean, it's just hard. And I know you were mostly just kind of making, and I make these kind of remarks too about like, you know, people expect younger adults, like people between, you know, 30 and 50, right? People who are still working, working adults, right? Between like 30 and 50, where you normally assume by now you should be able to afford a house. That's not a given, no matter, like, even if you have a good job. My sister and her husband moved to the Bay Area, and I am not even going to tell you how much they're renting for. It is outrageous. It's insane. It's insane. It's literally insane. On the flip side, late husband was the one who wouldn't rent, and the route to mortgages was more than a little bumpy and less flexible than you would have liked. You got your first real job at 16. You drove to it, so you had to be, yeah. You got into a condo that wasn't good for someone in a wheelchair, and you couldn't change it. Oh no, Finn, I'm sorry, it locked again. Rent is stupid right now. It is so crazy. I can't believe how much they're paying. He got a good job, and he's happy and excited about it, and it pays fairly well. What she was making when they lived in Iowa was awesome. But her pay isn't going up just because she works from home. Her pay is not going up, so her pay is worth a lot less in the Bay Area. You went to school for computer science. You're currently a software developer. Homeownership is a pipe dream. I know that industry is suffering a little bit right now too, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, but you live in the Bay Area. What you say is insane, and what you pay is cheap for the area. What you pay is insane, but what you pay, yes. I don't even know what this password is. Maybe it makes you solve the puzzle anyway.
Oh.
Some of these puzzles are not fun. At all. Don't stand there staring while I put in a password, please. Thank you.
I'm not gonna memorize it.
Yeah, right! You can watch me tapping things on the screen. Nonsense! I don't know what the login is for this. Can we do this later? It's not that important. No, I'm not. I've already been live for 5.5 hours, butthead. Yes, this is what I do for a living. You guys leave and I stream. It's okay. Hey, Finn. I will help you with baby. Listen. Please, please. Thank you. How do you have a phone, kid? You and your dad work for a lady who owns rental houses, and her cheapest house goes for like $600. That's insanely cheap. It's not cheaper to buy right now. Houses are up, and so is interest. Yep. You make good money, but home ownership in this area is just a dream, and you're burning out on city living. Yeah, I'm wondering how my sis and her family are going to adjust, because it's very different from where they were living. They were in the Iowa City area, so they weren't like way out in the boonies or anything, but it's quite a bit different. Become a millionaire by living in a trailer and eating rice 24/7 and then die at 55. Ay. The business-minded buy all the RVs at auction and find places to park them and then rent those, which makes your almost $4K a month for a 4-bedroom sound almost reasonable. People complain about the homeless parking on the streets, but seriously, most of them are renting them. You're kind of the same. You make enough to live and enough to save, but the city's killing you. I moved back to Portland because at the time that I moved back there, it was reasonably priced. In lots of ways. Cost of living was very approachable there for someone, working a full-time job, even, doing stuff like waiting tables or whatever. You could easily work a full-time serving job, or you could rent a house with other people. You could share a house, and pay only like a couple $100s a month in rent. And slowly but surely the developers came in, and a bunch of other people were priced out of where they lived, and I completely understand that. But it drove housing prices way up, and there was absolutely no way we were affording a house in Portland. So they're also not insanely nice houses. They're older houses that are remodeled a bit to make them nicer. Yes, but as long as everything's functioning in there and, it's not too far from the places you need to get to. Like that's, and you feel like the neighborhood is safe enough. People aren't going to care if the housing is cheap. It's cheap, and that's good. But it was to the point where, like, we looked at a couple houses in Portland proper. Just not neighborhoods I wanted my kids walking through, unfortunately. Lots of crime, lots of... It's a depressing topic, you guys. Portland's having some problems. And people need help. I'm not sitting in judgment. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, Smorf, because I wish that I could argue against that opinion, that assessment. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And a lot of it is stuff that needs addressed with regard to assisting people with their substance abuse. It's a very heavy topic, you guys. Who did this last whip wheel? Who did the last whip wheel? Oh, it was Nitro. Wait, did I just do a decrease or... Nope, that was a single crochet. Now, I have to come up with something to replace this if I finish it. Which it looks like I'm going to. I'm going to need to put more stuffing in. Your dream is to live in a warehouse, no joke. You want a drill press, CNC machine, lathe, 3D printers, all of it. I'm not sure what you mean, Razor. Using Red Heart Unforgettable for the first time. Why do people praise this so much? You don't like it. What don't you like about it? I don't know if I know that yarn. I mean, I think I've seen it. You're frogging a chain and it's gonna get the scissors. It's one of those ones you can't frog. Oh. Okay, that might be true in San Francisco. And I'm not, I'm not about to try and argue that that's not the case there. But I have personal friends in Portland who have had to close their restaurants because every single week they have a broken window. Every single week, someone's lighting something on fire outside of their building that they try to run their business out of. Many of them really try hard, too, to, like, help these people and get them the help they need. You know, they don't just kick them out. They're not, it's really bad in Portland in some places. And it's not like, you know, it's really hard. I think we should change the subject because this is a tough topic. But I'm just saying, I think there's probably a mix of those things going on. And there's a lot of issues that are very complex and each city is different. Even each neighborhood. You know? This stuff it's absolutely heartbreaking for me. It hurts me to see people hurting that way. You know? And to see my city having a really hard time.
Here we see a rare sight in the wild. No, that's a goose. They're very common and also delicious. No, that's just nice. Kids blowing things up in the kitchen. No, that's just typical common whining. We were seeing something rare called progress.
What? Rare? What? Wow. Just wow. Thanks a lot, Pix. Thanks for your vote of confidence, sir. Thanks for throwing my parenting skills and Conan under the bus simultaneously. They're fine up there. They're fine. Actually, I do. I hear them doing dishes, which is great. They are getting a lot more independent. Shatharis, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Sherry, hello. Shatharis. Flying skillets and glitter. That sounds like a dangerous but a beautiful combination. Just no glitter in my house, please, and thank you. If you enjoy glitter, that's great. can't stand it. Only because it gets everywhere and I have animals and I don't want them to like, you know, eat it or something because they're weird. My animals are weird like me. The skillets though, you know, as long as they're not flying right at me, we're good. How are you? How was your stream? Statistics just aren't there, so people politics make judgment off what they see on the news. Yeah. I hope you had a great stream. I really appreciate you. You thought of me last night. Your mom sent you a video of someone cutting their tire off most of the way and putting rubber chickens on it. Oh, God. You got some design work done. Awesome. Thank you very much for rating. I do appreciate it. I hope you had a great stream. Raiders, welcome. And if you have never been here before, I am called 9.5 because I'm missing half a finger on my right hand. Yes, indeed. A very bold restaurant coworker gave me this nickname many years ago. Thankfully for said coworker, I have an excellent sense of humor, and the nickname stuck, unlike the top half of my finger. Yes. We have a raid video for you. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Shatharis, thank you for choosing us for your raid target. Please make sure you pay close attention to this video. I like to refer to it as a warning-tisement, equal parts warning label and advertisement. This will either scare you away or make you want to stay forever. It's like 50-50. I'm freaking out right now. I'm fangirling. You have no clothes on. No. Get supported, nerd. No flipping way. You didn't do it. Thank you for the dollar bills for the kiddos. Thank you so much, everybody. We talked about this. I mean, you can cook steak in a dryer, but do you want to? And when the fat renders off of the steak, does it create a fire hazard? I'm sorry, I'm a mother. I can't help but think about these things immediately. So this is a game to you guys, huh? What? You're doing so hard! There's people out here with reputations at stake. Ta-da! Sherry Snacks, how are you? We got to raid Sherry Snacks, who's a fellow Twitch Women's Guild member who is just such a sweet and kind person. So speaking of raid targets, Sherry Snacks is so much fun, and I really hope that all of you who went with us on the raid already followed, but if you haven't, there it is right there. Thank you so much, Pix. Pix, you're awesome. I appreciate the heck out of you, friend. Now complete with a full apron. No. Someone in your town stole your police car's wheels. They're working tirelessly to catch them. Brain just went, Shatharis, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for bringing people by. And if you guys have to get going, we totally understand that. There's never any pressure to hang out. See, this is another reason why I love you so much, Sherry, because when we came in, you pretty much gave this same speech. You might need to go take care of yourself, especially the streamer. You know, maybe you need to go eat. You need to just de-stream. Maybe you have somewhere you need to be and, you know, stream went over and you got to go. We totally understand. There's no pressure or anything for anyone to stay or to hang out. But if you're enjoying yourself, you want to hit the follow button. That's appreciated, of course. We're at 7728 out of our goal of 7777. But I just really hope that people enjoy themselves in here. That's the number one thing, right? And we also very much appreciate lurkers, so don't feel any pressure to talk. Post-stream care is the most important thing, right? They never want anyone to feel like they're being, like, roped into staying. And sometimes I just literally can't even type a single thing. I have to raid out and go. So I have all the empathy in the world for that. And even if it's just because you need to go take care of, like I said, eating, or if it's time for you to go to bed, that stuff is important. So I also end every stream by telling everybody to practice self-care. So it would be pretty silly of me to be trying to, you know, rope you into staying if you got to get going. But it is a fun way to meet new people. So I am mostly a crocheter. Working on a bunch of different things. Too many whips. Too little time. There's this little cow that we decided we're going to give it a lemon cookie bag. I need to update my shop, so I'm planning on maybe just doing like a big shop drop. I do sell things on Etsy. My preference as a creator and a crafter is for you to purchase from me through Fourth Wall, or you can even message me if it's a custom commission. We can work something out like through PayPal. Only because they do take a lot of fees on Etsy. However, Etsy's SEO is pretty powerful. And I have one listing that I tried to take it down and move it over to Fourth Wall. And I had exactly one person in a 3-month span come find me and message me to ask how they could commission one of those items. So for whatever reason, Etsy has a death grip on that listing. And I can't seem to get people to come by of my own accord just yet. Must be something I'm missing. I thought that if I just put the listing up, I don't know how all that stuff works. So, you know, I haven't done enough homework to educate myself. You know, there's problems on Etsy. I'm not a fan of a lot of things that they do. But I also realized too that some people, that's like almost like it's like social network plus sales for them. Stay put. You sold a few more pins on Etsy. That's cool. What is the name of your Etsy shop, Whiffle? Whiffle's doing like these enamel pins and stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, Sherry, a lot of the stuff in the Fourth Wall is it's just them memeing, and they force me to put that stuff in there. And if it were up to me, it would be about 69,420% less stuff with my face on it, or stuff to do with cooking steak in a dryer. But it's okay. It makes them happy. So, you know, I guess I just get to, you know, have that be on top of the fact that, it, you know, a lot of it supports the channel and the Pog Lunar Wolf, the Pog face fanny pack thing. If you buy that, I donate monthly whatever profit comes from sales of that particular item to Starlight Children's Foundation. I'm a Starlight ambassador, and you guys unlocked that item even existing in the Fourth Wall through charity donations. And so I decided the best thing to do with that particular item is, sure, you can have it, you can pay for it, and any profit goes to the organization. And I think it's roughly $12 to $13 per fanny pack that goes to Starlight. I just look up how many of them we sold at the end of the month, and when I get my payout from Fourth Wall, I go ahead and I donate it to Starlight. You haven't gotten a chance to use yours yet. Lunar Wolf, how are you? Can we get a shout out for Lunar Wolf, please? Our friend Lunar Wolf does do some streaming. Mostly, it's like Football Manager, right? Scotland's very stormy the last few days. Keeping warm and dry, though. Yeah. Here. There, I did it for you. You just got a genius idea? Oh, no. No. When people say that and then they go, hee 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 hee, That can't be good. It cannot be good. Raiding out. Bye, everyone. Actually, probably will be raiding in about like less than half an hour. I'm gonna finish this. Pog face is epic. No. What do you mean I'll find out tomorrow? What does that mean? What do you mean? You were watching YouTube and you saw a video where... Oh, I saw this message. I saw your message earlier. I'm sorry, we were going into that raid video. Yeah, that is a really cool idea. I think there's a lot of really great uses for 3D printing. I will not be obtaining a 3D printer anytime soon. RC Maniac. But yeah, there's also all kinds of ways that like all these materials that end up in landfills and stuff, or even if they are recyclable, available for recycling, or if there's recycling available in the area, people can end up using, repurposing them to build homes, which is pretty cool. Lies. I don't know if I asked you this before, Sherry. Do you do any kind of like, I forget, do you do any kind of like crafty or like art stuff? And if so, do you do any of it on stream? Sherry mostly does variety gaming on the channel, I believe. I don't think you mentioned doing any kind of crafting on stream. But if you don't, you should. We're out here. We're out here proselytizing. Wait, did you say you've done Lego before? I can't remember. 3D printed homes are too expensive at the moment. Need to get it past demonstrative and boutiques. Yeah, but that's the way a lot of those things go, right? They're going to come down in cost as people find out ways to be more efficient about it, or, make things more accessible. Just the other day, I was like, oh, I should put this. I was like, I need that for some Cheeks on doll. Yes, of course I do. That's really cool. That's awesome. Yeah, but what's really cheap is wood. Oh, okay. Understood. So when I'm doing these details, I leave a long tail hanging out like this, right? And then I usually go at least twice, depending on the type of yarn I'm using and what sort of, what I'm really like looking for in terms of the effect and everything. Maybe even 3 times, depends, right? And then I just go through the piece and go do the other side without cutting it. And we do it again. I don't like embroidering, but sometimes it's, with something like this, it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. And then I just go back through the back of the piece. And if you come through the wrong spot, you can just go right under it over to the next one. Sometimes you think you did it in the right spot and you didn't. And then I just tie this a few times. Nice and tight. And then cut this off. And now, if you want to, you could also thread these back through this. And then pull it through like that. Or you can just take, if you have a chopstick or some other stick that you use for stuffing, or a not rubberized crochet hook handle, and just shove the ends right on inside of there. And now they're tied up securely inside, and they are hidden away, and they're secure, and you don't have to worry about them anymore. And you could also needle felt these details if you wanted to. you have a 3D printer that you're not using or planning on using, if you can figure out how to find a home for. And so now I'm going to do the mouth. And this is one way I've seen these done. So you can go through here and then go right down to the point where you want the mouth to like point down to, and just sort of tug some of these pieces in place. And again, come back out right there through the same spot. Welcome back, Baz. Okay, and then you just kind of have to pull and adjust a little bit. If you pull too tightly or you feel like it's crooked, like one side, off to one side, you just take this and you can adjust it a little bit. And again, you're just gonna tie this in a knot. You can trim it first if you want to get that long tail out of the way. It's a ghost. It's a ghosty. And then again, you just shove it in, shove it in. PG-13. PG-13, chat. Ta-da! I used to sing that all the time at work. A friend of mine and I also had this joke every time, for whatever reason. I have no idea. This guy was like, this was my brother separated at birth that I worked with, this guy, Eric. And when we would work together, there would be people who would be like, please don't ever schedule me again when they're both here. And Eric and I would just be like high-fiving in the wait station because everyone hated us. And, there was one time when someone was really, had a few too many sitting at the bar. And I just vividly remember just looking right at him. And I don't know why, but he just like, I just looked at him. I was like, just for the taste of it. And then he finished it. He goes, and I'll replace the word he used with a word that's safe for this stream. Clucking drunk. Like it was magic. And everyone around was like, what is wrong with you two? Why are you guys like this? We're like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. And Eric really was like my brother. And when my husband and I got together and we started dating, this is the great thing about him, is he could be like that, you know, and like just obnoxious, and he would just get like stuck on one thing and he would just he wouldn't stop. He would just be singing the same thing over and over again in the wait station. Everybody was like, man, Eric, shut up. And then my then boyfriend, now husband, came into the restaurant one time, right? And it was like really, really early on when we first started dating. And I went over and was like talking to him and like I'll like put my hand on his shoulder or whatever. And like I came back into the wait station and Eric is standing there and he's crying. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? And he's like, it's just so beautiful. I'm so glad. He's like, I just love that I love that you love him. It was the cutest, sweetest thing ever. Like he was totally annoying and obnoxious, just like me. And very funny, but also annoying, but also a super sweetheart and just like a heart of gold. Just the nicest guy, but also really annoying and goofy and weird. I was like, you're my brother. High five, dude. Like people like us are best served in small doses. I don't know how some of you hang out in here for hours. I really don't. Can you imagine having to work work with me every day. Oh God. Oh. Right. You just find your people. But yeah, he was great. He was really fun. I enjoyed working with him. And we would go out and his girlfriend would come meet us and she would just be shaking her head and rolling her eyes. But the same thing with him, you know, like he had found somebody who could keep him from flying off into the stratosphere. She was definitely the like grounded one in a lot of ways. But he was like, a lot of us are, I feel like, probably, that are streamers. But he was into like, so he was a performer, he was a musician, but and a very funny person, naturally very funny. But he was like also doing like landscaping. I was like, you're so confusing. I have no idea what's going on with you, dude. I'm the chaos to your quiet. Look, I realized at about, you know, right around middle school age, I kind of already knew, and I still gave it the college try a couple of times, of, just sort of toning it down, right? Like trying to like control some of it a bit more and be like all reserved and, you know, because I admire people who can just sort of kick back and observe and don't have to constantly fill the space with noise. But I realized that that was not really me. And it can be hard, and there are times that you do need to learn how to rein it in. But in general, I'm just not that person, and embracing who I am has actually made it easier for me to recognize when is a time when I need to chill out a little bit and just kind of let life decide what's going to happen and not be like over the top. And just be an observer, and it's not the easiest thing for someone like me. The way I interact with things is to rush at them all crazy and just doing whatever, you know? Yeah, I don't pay attention enough to what's going on around me sometimes, so I've had to train myself to do it more. And it's a good, valuable lesson. It's important. It's not that I don't notice... I'm not completely clueless or oblivious to everything going on around me. It's more like I don't always pick up on the cue that I'm making someone else not uncomfortable per se, but that they're like, okie dokie, you know? Like, it's something I've had to work to recognize. Or I'll even joke about it. You know, I'll be like, I'm sorry, I'm totally doing the thing again. And they're like, it's okay. I'm like, I know, but I'm doing it. You also do not pay attention enough around you. You stub your toe and bang your head off things because 6'2" peripheral. Yeah, I mean, I'm even a little bit unaware sometimes of stuff that's around me, like physically, not just, you know, just sort of bopping along through life. You guys, we finished an object. I get to take this off the wheel. I'm actually going to snooze the upcoming ads mods. I get to take this off the wheel, but I got to figure out what I'm going to put on the wheel. We could put, is Nibbler on there? Nibbler is on there. Okay, Ghost Ami. Oh, I accidentally spun it. Oh, wow. Would have been a steak, Ami. Let's see. What else do I have that's not finished? So many things. I thought of something earlier. Because I finished something. Do I get to put start a new object on there? Pix is like, no! 9, that is not what this wheel is for. Young lady. Girl, please. I would tell you to add 5 new starts. All right, let's do it. We're going to say start something new. Here, we'll just put new start will fit on there better. New start? Question mark? Exclamation point, question mark? I don't think you guys can do it again today. Here, let me make sure to save it. I think I only allowed it 3 times per stream. And there's an hour cooldown on it. Okay, so now this is new start right here. If you redeem that, now I'm allowed to do a new start because I finished an item off of it. But I will figure out what else I have, and we'll, maybe every other time I take an item off, I am allowed to put a new start button on, or something like that. Put a spot on there where Pix controls what I do. No! What are you... Pandas? New boost? All right, you guys, it's time. I need to start dinner. Your first deleted message, yes. Congratulations. I need to start dinner. Diener, yes, we need to start Diener. I really appreciate everybody hanging out, the support for the channel, the 4th wall giveaways. Thank you so much for that stuff. It makes it a lot of fun. It's always fun to be here with you guys, but you go above and beyond, and I'm very, very, very thankful. And I'm so thankful for all the help. Like, it really, I am so fortunate. I'm very lucky to have all of you. Before I get too misty here, I'm excited about celebrating birthday and also totally avoiding doing things for it because I feel like it's like, look at me, it's my birthday part anniversary. But like, you know, we're gonna thank you for snoozing them again. I just want you to understand, I already feel very blessed and very grateful, and I can't. No. Yeah, right. I mean, there are people who think that. Thank goodness, I guess, that I can still convince somebody that I haven't hit 30 yet. That's ridiculous, by the way. Not because I have 3 kids. There's people who have 3 kids, more than 3 kids that are under 30. But more because, you know, I don't know. I just feel like I scream. Sometimes I feel like I scream Gen X, but then, you know, I say stuff like, you've got that Riz, gat. And they're like, I mean, that makes my students want to throw up in their mouth a little bit. I love it. I love watching them squirm when I use these terms. They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I know what's up. Thank you guys again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, for your love, for having a good time with me, because that's really what we're here for. I just want to put a smile on your face. That's all, you know? It makes me happy to be here with you. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We're going to raid a friend who has been so, speaking of support, so incredibly supportive of us here. Honestly, I consider all of your support and encouragement kind of like it goes in a big love pile. But this person in particular has really looked out for me, helped me, pointed out opportunities to me, come in and supported us with raids, financially supported the channel, which is great and everything, but the friendship is the part that I really value the most. So please come with us on the raid to see Zundi. I really, really appreciate all of you coming on raids because, you know, these are folks that support us. So returning the favor is really important to me, and it is an awesome way to show what a nice and welcoming and fun and friendly group we are. Thank you, Rackwack. I love you. Thank you, Pix. Thank you for all your help today and always. Puffles, I love ya. Lotus, have a great day, friend. Happy time zone. I did the hydrate for you. Mars, bye. Reezer, thank you. Maz, thank you so much. Ian, thank you guys. I really appreciate you all. I will see you over there. Please make sure that you practice self-care, right? Like we were saying with Sherry Snacks. You got to practice that self-care. It's super important. It's so easy to forget about it, to put it aside, to say later, I don't have time right now. You are important. You are worth it. I love you guys. Thank you for everything. I'll see you over there. Bye. Bye, Jada Fairy. Bye, Pandas. Bye, Smorf.